Chapter 1682. After sending the green-robed man flying with a punch, Ling Xiao looked at Fan Ruohai and said, "Young Master Fan, we're here to enjoy delicious food, not to cause trouble. Since we've followed the rules of the banquet, can we take our seats now?" "Ha ha, of course. Brother Ling and the three fairies, please take your seats." Fan Ruohai laughed, showing the magnanimity and pride that he should have. Ling Xiao felt more and more that this person was not simple. This person's way of doing things was really smooth, and he had a maid like Mu Wanshuang by his side. He was definitely not simple. Ling Xiao waited for the three girls to take their seats before he sat down in an imposing manner, because he had already tasted the delicacies of the Tower of Wonders on the 9th floor. He was even more curious about the delicacies on the 15th floor. He stared at the delicacies and tasted them himself. The others, however, were all staring at him. Perhaps they were all guessing what method Ling Xiao had used to send the green-robed martial artist flying with a punch without any fluctuation of inner power. What a pity! Although these things are good, the main dish hasn't been served yet, right? Ling Xiao tasted every dish, even though the effects were much stronger than those on the 9th floor. However, because he had already eaten those things before, the effect was naturally greatly reduced. Thus, he was not very satisfied. "Ha! Brother Ling is right. Since everyone is here, let's serve the main dish." Fan Ruohai smiled and clapped his hands. Then, more than 20 women in bright clothes walked out with plates in their hands like floating clouds and flowing water. Their steps were like dance steps. There were lids on the plates, so they could not see what was inside. Fan Ruohai continued, "To taste this delicacy, you have to be in the snowy plains to feel it better." Then, the scene on the 15th floor changed, and everyone seemed to be in the snowy plains. The cold wind was not raging, and martial artists with weaker cultivation had to use their inner power to expel the cold. But there were also those who did not care about the cold. Ling Xiao was one of them. They had flown over the snowy plains, so they had already experienced the cold air there. Although the cold air was stronger after the scene changed, his body could easily handle it. "Open the pot," Fan Ruohai said. The 20 or so women opened the lids and saw that there was a steaming bowl of meat soup on each of their tables. The meat soup was very rich in ingredients. There were probably more than 100 types of ingredients. Furthermore, with just a light sniff of the hot air, he could feel a warm current flowing through his body. The cold air of the snowy plains instantly disappeared. Ling Xiao now understood Fan Ruohai's words. Only in this cold place could the food taste better. This dish is called Heavenly Spirit, Earthly Fiend, Scarlet Young Malatang. It contains 108 kinds of precious ingredients, all of which are more than 2 years old. The seasonings are also carefully prepared. It must be cooked with a flame above immortal fire. Fan Ruohai smiled and said, "Each of these 108 precious ingredients has a special effect. They can increase one's internal force, increase one's cultivation, increase one's soul force, strengthen one's body, and so on. Normally, only martial artists at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm and above were qualified to taste it. Moreover, it was extremely expensive. Probably not many of the people present could afford it. However, since it's a banquet today, of course, you can taste it for free." "Young Master Fan, this is too little. I'm afraid you'll finish it in 2 mouthfuls," someone said with a bitter smile. "I can't help it. The ingredients are too precious. Even I can't get too much. If you want to eat more, you'll have to think of your own ways. Actually, all of you added up is the amount of food for an ordinary person." Fan Ruohai smiled. His words were very ordinary, but some people understood the meaning behind them. Everyone present was smart. They understood the meaning behind Fan Ruohai's words almost instantly. Therefore, as soon as he finished speaking, a battle for the position of elder began at the banquet. Ling Xiao was still observing the ingredients of the heavenly spirit, earthly fiend Malatang, and replicating the method of making it with his Tai Chi eye. He wanted to make it himself in the future. However, suddenly, a shocking aura rushed toward him. The target was his heavenly spirit, earthly fiend Malatang. This person was extremely fast. Moreover, his cultivation was even stronger than the green-robed man that Ling Xiao had sent flying earlier. Then the second, third, and fourth chilling auras were released at the same time. Their targets were actually him and his 3 female companions. After all, they were the 4 weakest people in the banquet. If they really wanted to fight for the ingredients, they would definitely be targeted at the first moment. Cold Plum, Feng Minglian, and Ji Luoyu's heavenly spirit, earthly fiend Malatang, were snatched away in an instant. The attacker was a 7th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Although the 3 of them were stronger than ordinary 3rd-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists, and could even defeat 4th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists and challenge 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists. However, they stood no chance against the attack of a 7th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. When the 3 of them were snatched away, many 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists had their heavenly spirit, earthly fiend Malatang, snatched away as well. At the same time, Ling Xiao's Malatang was targeted as well. After a wave of energy fluctuation in the air, a palm formed by Yin-Yang origin energy grabbed his table. Ling Xiao did not even look at it. He just waved his hand lightly, and a blast of energy flew out. The palm was shattered immediately. I'll give you a chance. You'd better return what you snatched from my companions. Otherwise, you won't get anything and will be humiliated. He still placed the heavenly spirit, earthly fiend Malatang on the table. He did not even take any protective measures. It was as if he was giving others a chance to snatch it away. Then, his cold voice rang out on the 15th floor. Unfortunately, his words were treated as a joke. None of the martial artists above the 6th-level Yin-Yang realm were afraid of him. Not only that, but the person who had failed earlier also attacked again. Perhaps he was resentful because he did not succeed the first time. This time, his Yin-Yang origin energy was even more powerful. His huge palm was able to grab the entire table. Fan Ruohai and Mu Wanshuang did not say anything as they watched the fight. They tasted the delicacies on the table while watching the fight. They were especially shocked by the situation on Ling Xiao's side. They had thought that Ling Xiao would definitely be defeated in the first round. They did not expect that the person who ambushed him did not succeed. In that case, how was Ling Xiao going to deal with the second attempt? Wanshuang, do you think he was bragging just now? Fan Ruohai asked with a smile. He doesn't look like it. Mu Wanshuang shook her head and said, most of the martial artists from Sky Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent have to go through the Sin domain. Even if they pass the test there, they will still be humiliated. However, this Ling Xiao seems to be different. Do you admire him a lot? Fan Ruohai's tone had a hint of jealousy. Chapter 16, 83. Fan Ruohai seemed to be jealous because Mu Wanshuang had a high opinion of Ling Xiao. Young master, if you don't like him, I can kill him now, Mu Wanshuang said calmly. Haha, that's not necessary. Haha, there's no need. If he really is a promising talent, keeping him around is still useful. The conflict between our Fan clan and the Tianhai clan is already on the verge of intensifying. Sooner or later, there will be a day when we will meet on the battlefield. Having more helpers is still beneficial. Fan Ruohai smiled and continued watching the battle. Bam, bam. Ling Xiao only casually blasted out a punch, and that dustpan-sized elemental energy palm print was directly shattered into pieces. The shock wave caused the delicious food on the table to shake. Despicable. The attacker's heart was filled with hatred after failing twice in a row. He had only wanted to take the heaven spirit earth fiend Ma Tang, but now he wanted to attack Ling Xiao as well. As long as he destroyed Ling Xiao, the things in Ling Xiao's hands would be his. Thinking of this, he leaped into the air. A huge handprint descended from the sky and covered Ling Xiao's entire body. Ling Xiao had one hand on the table, but the other hand was secretly accumulating power. Stubborn idiot, I gave you 2 chances, but you didn't know when to stop. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Do you really think a martial artist at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm is so great? Ling Xiao casually took out a piece of alchemy stone. The alchemy stone shattered and wrapped around his table. Ling Xiao could not bear to waste the delicious food on the table. Then he slowly stood up as a terrifying aura burst out from him. Green and golden lights flickered on his arms. He's still trying to fight back. The other martial artists were stunned. Logically speaking, a 4th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist would have a hard time defending himself against an attack from a 6th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Yet, Ling Xiao was still trying to fight back. This guy was a little cruel. Moreover, this was the Wonder Tower, the Fan family's territory. Generally, foreign martial artists would always be afraid of the slightest thing, not daring to casually make a move. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any such misgivings. He immediately launched a counterattack. You can talk big again if you can take this palm of mine. In the sky, sparks actually appeared on the hands of the 6th level Yin-Yang martial artist. They were in the snowy plains, and yet he was able to start a fire with friction. This was enough to show how rich his Yin-Yang elemental force was. What's wrong with that guy? He actually used 90% of his inner strength. Is it worth it? Even if he really wants to kill Ling Xiao, that would be too exaggerated. A voice came from the crowd, as if they did not quite understand this warrior's attack. That's right. It's like using an array to bombard mosquitoes. It's a complete waste of inner energy. The martial artists at the side also echoed. Both of them were martial artists at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They took Feng Minglian and Cold Plum's heaven spirit earth fiend Ma Tang. It was just that he hadn't enjoyed it yet. This was because these 2 fellows were very ambitious. They were planning to divide up the remaining heaven spirit earth fiend Malatang. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fishermen would benefit. If Ling Xiao was seriously injured or died, the heaven spirit earth fiend Malatang would be theirs. Get down here. Just then, they heard Ling Xiao's voice. When they looked up, they saw Ling Xiao actually stretching out his hand to grab the 6th level Yin-Yang martial artist in the sky. Was Ling Xiao crazy? That was what everyone was thinking, including Fan Ruohai and Mu Wanchuang. However, what happened next left them completely dumbfounded. Ling Xiao actually managed to grab hold of that cultivator, and then abruptly pulled him down. The terrifying strength made that cultivator feel as if his entire body was being imprisoned by something. He could not release the yin-yang elemental force in his body. Rumble! As everyone watched in horror, the 6th level yin-yang martial artist was thrown to the ground. His body bounced back, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. However, Ling Xiao still did not let him off. He directly stomped his foot down, and that cultivator's chest caved in completely. His eyes instantly became blurry. He looked like he was about to die. This scene caused everyone's pupils to contract abruptly. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Was Ling Xiao really only at the 4th level of Yin-Yang realm? They were already shocked when he sent a 5th level yin-yang realm martial artist flying with one punch. This time, it was even more exaggerated. A 6th level yin-yang realm martial artist could not even unleash any of his strength. He was thrown to the ground like a bag of trash. Stepping on the martial artist, Ling Xiao scolded in disdain. Is this a genius martial artist from the White Tiger continent? What a piece of trash. His voice was cold and emotionless. The martial artist felt extremely humiliated. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, he did not even have the strength to speak now. He could only look at Ling Xiao with pleading eyes. Brother Ling, we can fight, but not kill. After all, this is a place to eat. Dead people are inauspicious. Fan Ruohai finally spoke. He really did not want to help anyone. He just felt that dead people were inauspicious. I have to give face to young Master Fan. However, since you are here to plead for mercy, you should at least give something, right? Ling Xiao looked at Fan Ruohai calmly. He did not like this person. Fan Ruohai was a scheming person like Feng Yinshan, but he was even more vicious and hypocritical than Feng Yinshan. Ling Xiao hated such a person. If not for the fact that he was weaker than Fan Ruohai, he would really want to cause a scene here. However, it was impossible for him to let this piece of trash off so easily. There was no way he would let this piece of trash go without any benefits. How dare you not give face to young Master Fan? One of the hostages asked. This is my business. Trash has no right to interfere. If you are not convinced, let's try. Ling Xiao looked at that person with a cold gaze. His gaze was filled with killing intent. The snowy plains were already cold enough, and Ling Xiao's gaze was even more terrifying. The person who spoke was stunned. Then, his face flushed red, and he shut his mouth. His cultivation was also at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. He did not even see how Ling Xiao won. If he had to fight with Ling Xiao, he might as well just admit defeat. He would definitely be humiliating himself. He really regretted that he had offended this madman from the Dragon Phoenix continent in order to flatter Fan Ruohai. Humph, you are worse than this piece of trash. Not only are you trash, but you are also a coward. The Tianhai Empire actually chose a piece of trash like you to participate in the White Tiger meet. I really wonder how many of you got in through the back door. With a cold snort, Ling Xiao no longer looked at that piece of trash. Instead, he looked at Fan Ruohai and waited for him to speak. Although he didn't attack that person probably even had the heart to die at this moment. After being humiliated in front of so many people and being called a piece of trash that brought shame to the Tianhai Empire, even if he returned to the sect, he probably would not be able to survive. Chapter 1684. The 6th level yin-yang realm martial artist clearly felt that it was embarrassing to admit defeat in front of Ling Xiao. However, he was still scared to death and didn't dare to look for trouble with Ling Xiao. He was so embarrassed that he didn't even have his underwear left. His last bit of dignity was also completely lost. Most importantly, it was fine if he was the only one who was embarrassed, but he also dragged the Tianhai Empire into it. This was a little too much. Ha ha ha, Brother Ling, give me some face. How about I give you a bottle of wine? Fan Ruohai wanted to show his generosity. He could not let Ling Xiao kill that martial artist, but he could not lose too much face. A jug of fine wine was extremely hard to come by for the martial artists who came to the Wonder Tower, but it was nothing to him. This wine is called Empty Valley Orchid. After drinking it, although it cannot increase one's cultivation, it can allow one to enter the ethereal state of being one with the world. It is extremely helpful for cultivation. How about it? Of course, it tastes very good. Fan Ruohai explained. Sure, cultivation required one to enter a special state. This state could increase one's comprehension for a period of time and allow one to enter a state of epiphany. The empty Valley Orchid wine was like this. He moved his foot away from the 6th level Yin Yang realm martial artist, and Fan Ruahai also ordered a female servant to bring over a bottle of empty Valley Orchid wine. Ling Xiao stored it in his storage ring and did not drink it for the time being. It was more suitable to drink it during cultivation. Then he looked at the 3 7th level Yin Yang realm martial artists and said coldly, "Didn't you hear what I said just now? Return the heaven spirit, earth fiend, spicy hot pot that you stole to my 3 companions." Ha ha, Ling Xiao, do you really think you are someone? The person who laughed was dressed in purple and looked domineering and powerful. He was the martial artist who stole Ji Luyu's heaven spirit, earth fiend, spicy hot pot. He laughed loudly and said, "I admit that your cultivation is not bad. You can actually defeat a 6th level Yin Yang realm martial artist who is 2 levels higher than you. This is rare even in the White Tiger mainland. However, to be complacent and self-righteous just because of such a battle record, that would be the height of stupidity. The Tianhai Empire is more than 100 times stronger than your so-called Celestial Empire. Don't think that you can do whatever you want under this sky. No, even if it's just within the 15th layer. There are plenty of people who can kill you. Seeing that you're new here and don't know the rules, I sympathize with you and don't want to argue with you. But don't be arrogant because of your talent and go too far. Otherwise, you might bully the weak today." The purple-clad man was extremely arrogant. When he spoke, he did not even look at Ling Xiao. Instead, he communicated with the other 2 7th-level Yin Yang martial artists by his side through his eyes. That kind of contempt and disdain could be seen by anyone. However, Ling Xiao did not respond to him at all. Instead, he looked at Fan Ruahai and said, "Young Master Fan, if I steal the heaven spirit earth fiend spicy hot pot from these people, does it belong to me?" That person did not look at Ling Xiao initially, but he was ignored by Ling Xiao at this moment. He stood up angrily and finally looked at Ling Xiao. However, his gaze was filled with intense anger. Of course, Fan Ruahai only wanted to watch the show. Of course, he also wanted to see how capable this arrogant dragon phoenix mainland martial artist was. How could he be so fearless against a 7th level Yin Yang realm martial artist? That's fine. Ling Xiao nodded. Then he turned to look at the purple-clad man and said, "I can return what you said exactly to you. To be honest, apart from young Master Fan and Miss Muwan Shuang, I don't care about the rest of the martial artists here. If I want to kill you, I can take your life at any time. It's just that I'm new here and don't want to cause trouble. Now, I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over what you stole. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Ling Xiao's words caused an uproar, apart from Fan Ruahai, who smiled, and Mu Wanshuang, who remained expressionless. The rest of the people were filled with righteous indignation. However, only the 3 7th-level Yin Yang realm martial artists dared to glare at Ling Xiao angrily. After witnessing how powerful Ling Xiao was, the rest of the people did not dare to provoke Ling Xiao openly. However, it was still possible for them to whisper behind his back. "Arrogant brat, could it be that the martial artists of the Dragon Phoenix continent are all as ignorant as you?" The purple-clad man slammed the table and roared furiously, self-aware. "I think you should be the one to remember these words, not me." Ling Xiao said nonchalantly, "You don't know what you're talking about. Do you really think you can challenge me, a 7th-level Yin Yang realm martial artist, just because you're a 4th-level Yin Yang realm martial artist? You think too highly of yourself. People who like to spout nonsense usually die very quickly." The purple-clad man really wanted to kill Su Mo ever since his cultivation had reached the 7th-level Yin Yang realm, No martial artist below the 5th level of Yin Yang realm dared to talk to him like that. 7th level Yin Yang realm? Is it that great? Ling Zhao's face was filled with disdain. If he had encountered a 7th level Yin Yang realm martial artist when he had entered Sin realm, he would not have been able to win. However, he would definitely win now, even if he did not use his tyrannical martial soul. After all, his cultivation had broken through from the 3rd level Yin Yang realm to the 4th level Yin Yang realm earlier today. After stepping into the Wonder Tower, his cultivation had already advanced to the peak of the 4th level Yin Yang realm. However, the arrogant purple-clad man was only at the early stage of the 7th level Yin Yang realm. Moreover, he was only an ordinary 7th level Yin Yang realm martial artist. He was not a genius like the Dragon Crown Prince or the number 1 hero. It would be easier to deal with him. If the two of you want to fight, I have a suggestion. Fan Ruahai suddenly smiled and said, I'll use a complete heaven spirit earth fiend Mala Hotpot as the prize. Whoever wins will get the prize. I won't take a single cent. This prize definitely had a fatal attraction. Fan Ruahai did this because he wanted both of them to give it their all. This way, the show would be more exciting. He was also more aware of the true strength of this arrogant brat Ling Zhao. Young Master Fan, you're generous. Thank you so much. The purple-clad man cupped his fists and seemed excited. It was as if the complete heaven spirit earth fiend Mala Hotpot belonged to him. Ling Zhao was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Young Master Fan, can I kill someone? Ling Zhao's words were special. Fan Ruahai frowned and said, It's not auspicious to have a dead person here. What if I don't leave the corpse behind? Ling Zhao said nonchalantly, If you can guarantee that you won't leave the corpse behind, then it's up to you. Fan Ruahai nodded and said, However, you have to understand that if it's a life and death battle, your opponent can also kill you. Are you sure you won't regret it? What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? If I'm not as strong as my opponent, what's there to regret about dying? Chapter 1685. Great. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? I like you. It's rare for an interesting young martial artist like you to appear in the Dragon Phoenix continent. Fan Ruahai smiled happily. Let's fight. Ling Zhao turned around and looked at the purple-robed man. Shocking, murderous aura surged out of his body and turned into a sharp blade that pierced towards the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man roared furiously. His powerful aura roared like a ferocious tiger. The two types of murderous aura exploded in the air, and the force shot out in all directions. As the battlefield was in the snowy plains, and the two of them were far away from the banquet, they didn't have to worry about the dishes being destroyed. Kill! The moment the murderous aura clashed, Ling Zhao had already figured out his opponent's strength. Then he flashed, and Ice's Fury appeared in his hand in midair. Ice's Fury was a heavy sword with the cold attribute. In this snowy land, it was like an awakened beast that had become even more powerful. Facing Ling Zhao's attack, the purple-robed man sneered in disdain. He was an Yin Yang realm level 7 expert. His cultivation was 3 levels higher than Ling Zhao's. How could he be defeated by this ignorant brat from the Dragon Phoenix continent? He also had a sword in his hand. However, it was shining with purple light like a swimming dragon. Purple snake sword technique. 1,000 shadows. As he roared furiously, the purple sword in his hand pierced through the air and pierced towards Ling Zhao. Thousands of purple sword lights appeared in the air, and it looked extremely gorgeous. Almost the entire battlefield was enveloped by the purple sword lights. It was chilling, flashy, but useless. Useless sword technique. Destroy. Ling Zhao shook Ice's Fury. the Imperial Earth Queen's cells in his body started to circulate. The 500 Imperial Earth Queen's cells were completely released. The Imperial Earth Queen's power gathered on Ice's fury and exploded with a shocking aura. Destroy, crush, intimidate. Above was the heavens, below was the earth. In heaven and earth, only I am supreme. In an instant, the sword lights that filled the sky were destroyed by the terrifying sword aura. Not a single ray of light was left. Ling Xiao was already close to the purple-robed man. There were two terrifying forces spinning on Ice's fury. It wasn't internal energy or soul power. Instead, it was a terrifying power that was beyond the two types of power. The purple-robed man was shocked and hurriedly waved his sword to block the attack. When the swords clashed, the purple-robed man felt as if he had been struck by a terrifying hammer. He lost control of his body and was sent flying. In the air, a streak of dark red blood splattered, looking so poignant. Bang! Pung, pung, pung. After breaking several pine trees on the snowy plains, the purple-clothed man finally stopped and fell to the ground. The situation was extremely embarrassing. His face was filled with anger and shock. Oh no! When the other two 7th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists saw that not only did Ling Xiao not intend to stop, but he even continued to pursue them, they stood up and attempted to join the battle. The two of you sit there obediently. Don't embarrass the martial artists of our Tianhai Empire. Fan Ruohai's cold voice rang out. If I say it's a battle of life and death, then it's a battle of life and death. Are my words so worthless? I don't dare. The two of them shuddered and hurriedly sat down. Swoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Ling Xiao's figure transformed into a stream of light and instantly arrived where the purple-robed man fell. He was like a shadow following the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man did not even have a chance to retaliate. When he saw Ling Xiao's snow-white sword piercing towards him, the purple-robed man's heart was filled with fear and regret. He did not understand how his opponent could be so powerful. This had already exceeded his expectations. You said you didn't touch me because you pity me? You don't want to bully the weak. You're so powerful. What a joke. Ling Xiao's voice echoed continuously on the 15th floor. Everyone heard it loud and clear, and they could feel the burning sensation on their faces. The purple-robed man's eyes were blank, and his face was filled with fear. He thought it would be a piece of cake to kill Ling Xiao and obtain the complete heaven spirit earth fiend Malatang. However, the terrifying reality told him otherwise. His opponent defeated him, who had a cultivation base at the 7th level of Yin-Yang stage, with just one sword strike without using his inner energy. He could not even withstand one strike from his opponent. How could the gap be so huge? This sword strike had completely crushed his confidence, causing him to almost fall into a state of collapse. At the banquet, those martial artists who had spoken arrogantly and insulted Ling Xiao with filthy words were all trembling. This martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent was not human. He was a monster. I remember now. Suddenly, someone stood up and exclaimed, "He's Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! Who's Ling Xiao?" The Celestial Emperor. In the White Tiger continent, many martial artists knew that the Celestial Emperor was called Ling Xiao. However, there were many martial artists in the Dragon Phoenix continent called Ling Xiao. They did not expect that this ordinary-looking kid, who looked only 17 or 18 years old, was the Celestial Emperor who had turned the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continent upside down. Fan Ruohai was pleasantly surprised. The difference between the Fan family and the Tianhai family was military power. If they could rope in Ling Xiao, the Fan family would not lose to the Tianhai family in terms of wealth and resources. Mu Wanshuang's beautiful eyes flashed, and her cold expression melted a little. She was surprised. After all, it was difficult for even her to defeat an opponent who was 3 levels higher than him. Die! The fury of ice pierced through the air and through the man in purple's head. However, just as the blood was about to spurt out, Ling Xiao suddenly had a thought. The 18 Hell talisman floated above his head, and countless ghostly hands reached out and dragged the corpse in. This scene caused the crowd to be even more astonished. Even Fan Ruohai could not calm down for a long time. This Ling Xiao was too domineering and terrifying. He used the Blood Soul Talisman in the end, right? Fan Ruohai's eyes were filled with even more intense shock. Even he did not have the Blood Soul Talisman, but Ling Xiao had it and used it so well. This guy was even more frightening than he had imagined. Moreover, he had used a very strange and special energy to defeat the 3 martial artists. It was not internal energy, nor was it soul energy. It was as if it was the pure energy of heaven and earth, and no one dared to look at it. The Celestial Emperor is indeed extraordinary. To be able to stand out in the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents, this strength is normal. Fan Ruohai was now completely certain this martial artist who called himself Ling Xiao was really the Celestial Emperor whose reputation spread far and wide. Of course, the so-called reputation spread far and wide on the White Tiger continent as a target of mockery. People often said, "How dare a brat call himself the Celestial Emperor? Ridiculous!" This was the common thought of all the martial artists on the White Tiger continent. Chapter 1686. Do the 2 of you want me to attack again? Ling Xiao returned to the banquet and looked coldly at the remaining 2 7th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists. There was an unquestionable murderous intent in his eyes. "You're indeed powerful. We submit. We'll return this heaven spirit earth fiend, Spicy Hot Pot, to you." The 2 of them looked at each other and finally chose to submit. They were not confident that they could defeat Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao could defeat martial artists of the same cultivation level as them with 1 strike. It should not be difficult for him to defeat them. Ji Luoyu, Feng Minglian, and Cold Plum took back their portions of Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Spicy Hot Pot. Although it was only a small portion, it was still very rare. "There's more." Ling Xiao looked around and said calmly, "I've said it before. Don't make me angry. Once I'm angry, none of you can have any delicious food. Don't go overboard. Do you want us to hand over our Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend, Spicy Hot Pot?" Ling Xiao's words enraged one of the 7th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists. "Go overboard? Did you think about going overboard when you attacked?" Moreover, young Master Fan said that only those who are capable can have it. "Do you bunch of trash have the right to enjoy such delicious food?" Ling Xiao had never been a polite gentleman. Since it was within the rules, why couldn't he rob others if others could rob him? "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Hand over the items, and you can keep your lives. If you don't, then you can die. Anyway, before the White Tiger meet begins, the participants can kill each other." Ling Xiao said coldly, "I didn't expect you to know about this rule." Fan Ruohai was a little surprised. "What's so difficult about that? Every time the White Tiger meet begins, the number of martial artists selected is almost double of the actual participants. During this period, there will be many deaths and disappearances. The killing will only be stopped when the number of participants meets the requirements. So, it shouldn't be against the rules if I kill them. I believe the Emperor of the Tianhai Empire won't blame me," Ling Xiao said calmly. 2 breaths left. Ling Xiao did not forget to keep track of the time when he spoke to Fan Ruohai. Soon, some 6th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists gritted their teeth and took out the items and placed them on Ling Xiao's table. They did not want to die. Ling Xiao could easily kill a martial artist at the 7th level of the Yin Yang realm. What were they? Even if the heavenly spirit, earthly fiend Malatang was incomparably precious in order to survive, so what if he had to be a coward for once? 1 breath's left. Ling Xiao's sword exuded a dense killing intent. I'm a man of my word. Whoever doesn't hand over the item will die. Ling Xiao's voice was extremely cold. They took out their own heaven spirit spicy hot pot, and the ones they stole, and gave them to Ling Xiao. With this, Ling Xiao would have 2 complete bowls of Tiangang Di Sha Mala hot pot in addition to the prize he had won. Let me remind you, it's best to only eat this once a month. Otherwise, you won't be able to take it. Fan, Ruohai said with a smile. Thank you for the reminder. Let's go. Ling Xiao had already gotten what he needed. He was not willing to waste any more time here. He still had to go back and improve his cultivation. His cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level Yin Yang realm. He was only 1 step away from the 5th level Yin Yang realm. He believed that with this heaven spirit spicy hot pot, he would definitely be able to break through. Every time he broke through a new realm, it was equivalent to having an additional life-saving ability for Ling Xiao. Living in the White Tiger continent, he was unfamiliar with the place. Strength was the only thing he could rely on. The 4 of them walked out of the 15th floor and walked down the stairs. Although there were windows in the Wonder Tower, they did not allow flying. If they really jumped out, they would directly fall to the ground. Ling Xiao did not mind, but the 3 girls could not take it. Moreover, he came here openly. There was no need for him to leave through the window. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao's back as he left. That figure quickly disappeared before Fan Ruohai's eyes. However, Fan Ruohai's gaze was still on that side. Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao. What an interesting guy. He was looking forward to seeing how Ling Xiao would perform in the White Tiger meet. Wan Shuang, don't let him surpass you. Fan Ruohai suddenly smiled. That's impossible. Mu Wanshuang's face was still cold. She said confidently, although he's much stronger than these good-for-nothings compared to me, he's still too far away. Wanshuang, don't be careless. He's only 17 years old, and you're already 22. You're 5 years older than him. Fan Ruohai said with a smile. The girl he took in was very talented. He used to think so too. However, after seeing Ling Xiao, he suddenly felt that his usual discipline was a little lax. Mu Wanshuang had to be more servile. Otherwise, it was not impossible for Ling Xiao to catch up with her. At this moment, Ling Xiao and the others had already arrived outside the Wonder Tower and were walking in the direction of the Hero's Tower. After we go back, 1 portion of the heavenly spirit, earthly fiend, spicy hot pot will be mine. You can share the other portion with Danfeng, Longchun, and the others. Ling Xiao had already thought it through. The heavenly spirit, earthly fiend, spicy hot pot was very effective. He could not finish it in a few days. Food was different from elixirs. After a long time, it would definitely spoil. The effect would be greatly reduced. He might as well share it with his friends. These people were now his subordinates. They were all working for him. If he wanted them to work harder, he had to give them some benefits. As a king, he really could not be too stingy. Moreover, he had already obtained the method of making this thing. In the future, as long as he had the ingredients, he would be able to make it. He would not have to worry about not being able to eat it. You're very generous. However, these were all obtained by your hard work. How can we accept it? Ji Luyu said with a wry smile. If you feel embarrassed, it's easy. When we go back, I'll give you a list of ingredients. You can help me find it. Your Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is best at doing this kind of thing. Ling Xiao said with a smile. No way. You've obtained the method of making the heavenly spirit, earthly fiend, spicy hot pot. Ji Luoyu was so surprised that her mouth was as if an apple had been stuffed into it. Sure, lower your voice. This is a secret of the Fan family. It's enough for the few of us to know. Don't spread it out. Otherwise, the Fan family will really fight with me. Ling Xiao made a shushing gesture. Oh, I know. Ji Luoyu hurriedly covered her mouth. However, she could not hide the excitement on her face. After a long time, she said, Leave the matter of the ingredients to me. With this thing, the strength of our heavenly dynasty empire's martial artists will increase by a large margin. At the very least, it should not be a problem for them to increase by a realm. Chapter 1687. Ji Luoyu said that she could help with the materials. That's good. So don't say anything embarrassing. When you go back, just enjoy yourself. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I know. Ji Luoyu nodded and did not refuse. Oh, right, you said that the Tianhai Empire has 4 young geniuses. I've seen Mu Wanshuang. She's as cold as ice, and her strength is terrifying. But this woman is too scheming. I don't like her. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something else and said, You said that Mu Wanshuang is scheming? Why do I feel that she only has eyes for Fan Ruohai? Ji Luoyu was stunned. You haven't experienced political intrigue, so you don't understand. Fan Ruohai is very powerful, and Mu Wanshuang is not bad either. Both of them are 1,000-year-old foxes. They're very terrifying. Ling Xiao shook his head. Is Sun Lingchan as beautiful as Mu Wanshuang? What? You're interested in that woman. Don't forget, she's the daughter of the medicine king, Sun Sa. Ji Luoyu was a little unhappy. Ha, I just want to know myself and my enemy. I should have a chance to fight with them at the White Tiger meet, right? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. I see. Then I can tell you that Sun Lingchan is more terrifying than Mu Wanshuang. Mu Wanshuang only has a powerful cultivation and is scheming. Sun Lingchan, on the other hand, had more tricks up her sleeves. Under her pomegranate skirt, who knew how many experts with profound cultivation had bowed before her. Not only are there young experts, but there are also some old men who are hundreds of years old. Ji Luoyu spoke of Sun Lingchan with obvious disdain. Although Sun Lingchan is a disciple of her father, the medicine king Sun Sa, she has learned many things. The most powerful things she learned from her father were knockout drugs and hallucinogens. You know these drugs? They can confuse a person's mind. In addition, she has outstanding looks. It's no wonder that she has so many love puppets. Interesting. It sounds like another woman with a heart as vicious as snakes and scorpions. Ling Xiao had seen many such women, so after hearing Ji Luoyu's description, he quickly had a clear impression in his mind. Don't think it's funny. If you meet her now, you'll definitely lose. Anyway, I feel that she's much scarier than Mu Wanshuang. You're not even a match for Mu Wanshuang, right? Ji Luoyu reminded. I admit that, but so what? Mu Wanshuang is 5 years older than me. Sun Lingchan should be around the same age, right? Ling Xiao was very confident in his own cultivation speed. Yes, Sun Lingchan is 1 year older than Mu Wanshuang. Ji Luoyu nodded. He as expected. What about the other 2 young geniuses? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. As for the other 2, one is the publicly recognized number 1 tyrannical heavenly ocean. He's the crown prince of the Heavenly Ocean Empire. There are even rumors that the emperor of the Heavenly Ocean Empire has decided to pass the throne to him. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean rarely makes a move, but every time he does, it shocks the world. Mu Wanshuang and Sun Lingchan have both fought with him before, but they were both defeated. Therefore, The two of them can only be ranked together in second place because they have never had a clear winner. Ji Luoyu replied. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean, what a domineering name. Ling Xiao frowned. He immediately thought of Phoenix Cry Chishan. He was also a domineering person, but compared to Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean, he was like a firefly competing with the sun and moon. The enemy was stronger, and Ling Xiao's pressure was greater. He was more eager to improve his strength. Right, didn't you just say that Sun Lingchan is stronger than Mu Wanshuang? Ling Xiao asked curiously. If it's a chaotic battle, that's naturally the case. Sun Lingchan's knockout powder is too powerful, but if it's a one-on-one fight, Mu Wanshuang has her own unique skills. She won't be afraid of Sun Lingchan. Ji Luoyu explained. Then who's ranked fourth? Ling Xiao asked again. Ranked fourth is Sacred Sword of Wind Devil from Heavenly Ocean Academy. Ji Luoyu replied. Although these four are ranked differently, they're basically on the same level. There's not much difference in strength, so any one of them has a chance of winning. The first person after these four is the Water God's son of the Water God. He's your enemy, so be careful. TSK, Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean, Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, Sacred Sword of Wind Devil, Water God. Interesting. Ling Xiao was very excited. If Heavenly Ocean Empire had such powerful four people, then White Tiger Empire, Silver Fox Empire, and Full Moon Empire would probably have them too. As for Righteous Sect, whose influence was the largest and strongest, it was needless to say. The number of experts they had was probably even greater than the four great empires. To be able to spar with so many experts was truly a blessing. Seeing how excited you are, I must pour a bucket of cold water on you. You'd better not provoke the 5 people I mentioned before. Ji Luoyu reminded him, actually, if you want to find someone to spar with, other than the 5 of them, the other heroes of Heavenly Ocean Empire are enough. There are even some guys that I don't think you can win with your current strength. Oh, there are experts? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course. Don't forget that the small Divine Phoenix Empire had 10 Phoenix sons. How could the grand Heavenly Ocean Empire not have such a ranking? Ji Luoyu rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, actually, Heavenly Ocean Empire also has the 7 little saints of Heavenly Ocean. This is a ranking other than the 4 heroes of Heavenly Ocean. Water God is ranked first, and the 4 ferocious beasts of Heavenly Ocean Academy are ranked second to 5th. The 6th is also a troublesome fellow called Ghost Hand Oljo. It's rumored that one of his arms is a little strange. Even though the 7th is the weakest of the 7 little saints, he's not to be underestimated. He comes from the Heavenly Demon Cult, but I don't know much about him. All I know is that others call him Little Thing. It's all thanks to you as a guide this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known so much about the young martial artists of Heavenly Ocean Empire. Ling Xiao was truly grateful. Big Brother Ling, my life was saved by you. There's no point in saying these things. Ji Luoyu shook her head. I only hope that you can always think of me as a friend. More than a friend. In my heart, you're already family. Ling Xiao smiled. But to be honest, it's only after coming here that I truly understand that the White Tiger meat is much more complicated than we imagined. In the eyes of others, the martial artists of our Heavenly Empire are probably cannon fodder and test subjects. They're used to test the strength of the martial artists of other empires. Big Brother Ling, you're calmer than anyone else. Ji Luoyu sighed. You're absolutely right. I've always wanted to remind you, but I felt that it would be too cruel. So I never said it. If there's one person in the Heavenly Empire who can stand out, it can only be you, Big Brother Ling. We'll pave the way for you. Chapter 1688. Thank you for your kindness. Ling Xiao was not an unreasonable person who would bite off more than he could chew. At least now, among the people from the Celestial Empire, only he and Dan Feng could enter the finals. The rest would probably be eliminated very soon. This was a cruel reality that he could not avoid. Perhaps these people would become stronger in the future. After all, they were still young. But at least now it was not enough. But there is one thing that I will do even if I have to risk my life. I brought you all here, so I must send you all back in one piece. In Ling Zhao's heart, Ji Luoyu was actually already considered a martial artist of the Celestial Sea Empire. Although Ji Luoyu was born in the White Tiger continent, the Celestial Sea Empire, this did not hinder his absolute trust in her. While talking, everyone had already arrived at the outstanding building. Ling Xiao gathered everyone together and gave the other portion of the heavenly spirit, earthly fiend spicy hot pot to Dan Feng, Mou, Zhu Xiaocong, Long Chun, Ji Luoyu, Cold Plum, and Feng Minglian. He got one for himself. After that, everyone started to cultivate in the same place. It was safer to stay together like this. If something went wrong during cultivation, they could deal with it in time. Because he was worried that someone might assassinate him, Ling Xiao set up a 10,000 gate formation at the cultivation place before cultivating. This formation could be used to escape and trap the enemy, but also to block the enemy. It was very suitable after setting up the 10,000 gate formation. The rest of the people had already finished their portions of the heavenly spirit, earthly fiend, scarlet sun spicy hot pot, and were cultivating there together with the pills that Ling Xiao concocted. I should start too. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, then took out the empty Valley Orchid wine and drank it. The moment the wine entered his stomach, he could clearly feel a clear spirit rising in his body. His entire person seemed to have been sublimated. All the troubles in the world were temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. There was only the word cultivation. Originally, what people cared about the most about the heavenly spirit, earthly fiend, scarlet sun, spicy hot pot was not the cultivation effect. It was its superb taste. The moment it entered his mouth, he felt the spiciness explode in his mouth, but it wasn't uncomfortable. This kind of heat filled his entire body, making him feel so carefree that he wanted to scream. His appetite was instantly aroused. Each of the 108 ingredients had its own unique taste. Coupled with the base of the malatang, the feeling was simply wonderful. If he wasn't in a hurry to improve his cultivation, Ling Xiao really wanted to taste the most delicious food he had ever eaten since he was born. But now, he was like a boar who didn't know anything about food, swallowing the food in big mouthfuls. If the diners of the Miracle Tower saw this, they would probably curse him for recklessly wasting natural resources and not knowing how to cherish them. Ling Xiao immediately felt a burning sensation all over his body as the whole pot of delicious food entered his stomach. A stream of hot air rose from his dantian and entered his 8 extraordinary meridians. Ling Xiao hurriedly swung his hand, taking out a pile of mid-grade spirit stones and elixirs for cultivation, including the remaining demonic beast cores, and placed them in the most convenient place around his body. The heavenly spirit, earthly fiend, scarlet sun, spicy hot pot's effects were excellent. Naturally, it had to be combined with spirit stones, elixirs, and demonic beast cores to maximize its effects. The spirit stones, elixirs, and demonic beast cores were all directly swallowed by him. The cool air met with the hot air, and then entangled with each other. His soul power, yin and yang energy, and royal heaven-earth energy all fused together and started to circulate crazily. Now, Ling Xiao really understood why Fan Ruohai said that he could only eat this thing once a month. This kind of explosive release of energy was really too destructive to the body. When he ate the delicious food, he felt very comfortable. However, when he finished eating and started cultivating, his body started to feel extreme pain. Ling Xiao felt as if he had been thrown into a pool of lava to be burned. There was also a strange burning sensation in his body. He squinted his eyes and looked at the others. Although they also felt pain and discomfort, their reactions were not as big as his. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. The other 7 people shared a portion of the spicy hot pot, and he alone had a portion. Naturally, the effects were even more terrifying. No longer looking at the others, he closed his eyes and focused on his cultivation. Inside his body, his meridians started to expand and strengthen again. His bones also started to strengthen under the scorching heat. The blood in his body was boiling as if it was going to rush out of his body. Really, that kind of pain made Ling Xiao want to die. But he gritted his teeth and endured. Although his face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat, he still gritted his teeth and endured. There was nothing that he could not endure. Ling Xiao's terrifying soul power played a crucial role at this moment. His tenacious spirit allowed him to maintain absolute clarity and perseverance in an environment of extreme pain. He could see all the changes in his body clearly, including the growth of his tyrannical martial spirit. Activating the light and shadow profound, the entire room suddenly became bright and dark. The energy of the spirit stones, elixirs, and crystal cores that he had eaten was driven by the light-shadow profound meaning. It constantly attacked the high-temperature energy released by the heavenly spirits, earthly fiends, scarlet yang mala hot pot. After the 2 types of energy were neutralized, they fused into one, turning into a gentler but more powerful energy. Then, it was absorbed by Ling Xiao's body. Open. 4th level. Hell of Mirrors of Retribution. To cultivate in the yin-yang realm, he had to open the 18 levels of hell. If he could not open them, he would not be able to break through. A strange palace floated above Ling Xiao's head. Above the palace's door, there were the words, Hell of Mirrors of Retribution. His soul came out of his body and pushed open the door of the Hell of Mirrors of Retribution. He could see many terrifying mirrors hanging inside. In these mirrors, he could see the deepest sins and the things he feared the most. If a normal martial artist's soul power was not strong enough, they would have already failed their cultivation and breakthrough. Because of the things in the mirrors, many yin-yang realm martial artists had gone crazy. Through the mirror of retribution, Ling Xiao saw the martial artists he had killed coming to take revenge on him. Each of them looked ferocious and terrifying. They cried and howled, wanting Ling Xiao to kneel and admit his crimes. However, Ling Xiao's expression remained cold and indifferent. He had never regretted killing someone. You pieces of trash. I was not afraid of you when you were alive. Now that you are dead, you want me to be afraid? A bunch of idiots. Terrifying soul power was released, and the mirror of retribution shattered. The scenes inside also disappeared. However, in the next moment, an even stronger threat appeared. An even larger mirror of retribution floated in the air. Inside, it was the scene of Ling Xiao's parents being tortured. Kneel and admit your crimes, and we will let your parents go. The savage face of the murderer roared. Admit my crimes? What crimes have I, Ling Xiao, committed? Since you dared to hurt my parents, I will make you pay back 100 times, 10,000 times. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and released his powerful soul power. Chapter 16, 89. Plead guilty? What crime did I, Ling Xiao, commit? In that instant, he released his soul power and directly entered the karma mirror. That hideous face immediately shattered. The shadows of Ling Xiao's parents also instantly disappeared. In the next instant, the Moon Lady's figure actually appeared inside. Again, how boring. Do you really think I, Ling Xiao, will be afraid of this kind of trick? Ling Xiao did not wait for the karma mirror to ask, and directly released his most terrifying soul power. A soul storm blew in the hell of karma mirror, and countless karma mirrors shattered. Then his primordial spirit successfully stepped out of the hell of karma mirror and returned to his body. At this time, several hours had already passed, and the sky was already dark. Dan Feng, who was the first to finish cultivating, sat at the door to guard everyone. Dan Feng's original cultivation had actually already reached the 9th level of the yin-yang realm. This cultivation was the same as Feng Mingqi Shan's. However, these two people could not unleash their true cultivation when they were on the divine Phoenix continent. Therefore, Feng Mingqi Shan dying in Ling Zhao's hands was really very unjust. If it was on the White Tiger continent, Ling Xiao would definitely have been killed by Feng Mingqi Shan. At this time, Dan Feng's cultivation broke through another realm and reached the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. Of course, this was all thanks to Ling Zhao's medicinal pills and the heaven spirit, earthly fiend Scarlet Yang Mala Hot Pot. Dan Feng's cultivation had been stuck at the peak of the 9th level of the yin-yang realm for several years. Even though he had traveled the White Tiger continent for a long time, he had been unable to break through. After all, he could not enter the 15th floor of the Wonder Tower. Therefore, he could not obtain the heaven spirit, earthly fiend, Scarlet Yang Mala Hot Pot. Today, his cultivation broke through, and he was simply overjoyed. Originally, although he admired Ling Zhao's talent, he did not treat Ling Xiao as his superior. After all, Ling Zhao's cultivation was inferior to his. He was somewhat displeased to address such a person as the Celestial Emperor. However, Ling Xiao helped him open the Changle's secret realm, allowing his cultivation to rise from the early 9th level of the yin-yang realm to the peak 9th level of the yin-yang realm. He even obtained some unexpected benefits. Today, he gave him the heavenly spirit, earthly fiend Scarlet Yang Mala Hot Pot, which allowed him to break through to the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. His attitude towards Ling Xiao had already undergone a great change. If they had only treated each other as friends before, then now they were really willing to sacrifice themselves for each other. One had to know that their previous friends could only be considered ordinary friends because he had never told Ling Xiao his true cultivation level. When he finishes his cultivation, I'll tell him about this. Dan Feng thought for a moment and then closed his eyes. After he finished cultivating, he still needed to consolidate his cultivation. Anyway, with the pills that Ling Xiao had concocted for him, this was not a problem. Time continued to pass. Long Chun, Mou, Zhu Xiaocong, Ji Luyu, Cold Plum, and Feng Minglian ended their cultivation one after another. Basically, everyone had a breakthrough in their cultivation. At the very least, he had broken through a realm. Feng Minglian even broke through 2 realms and reached the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Long Chen was even weirder. He had broken through 3 realms from the 2nd level of the yin-yang realm to the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. When he broke through, a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the Tower of Elites and attracted many martial artists. However, with the 10,000 gate formation blocking them, those martial artists could not enter. This guy is really from the Dragon Clan. His cultivation speed is not slower than Ling Zhao's at all. That's terrifying. Dan Feng was dumbfounded. The Dragon Clan was known as the strongest clan in the Archean era. They were the best in terms of combat power and cultivation speed. This was not just for show. However, Ling Xiao is even more terrifying. Long Chun is so terrifying, but he can't compare to him. TSK. This guy's talent is even more ferocious than the Dragon Clan. I really don't know what kind of blood flows in his body. Dan Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this moment, Dan Feng was at the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. Long Chen was at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Feng Minglian was at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Ji Luoyu was at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. Cold Plum was at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. Mou was at the 3rd level of the yin-yang realm. Zhu Xiaocong was at the 3rd level of the yin-yang realm. Everyone had improved a lot compared to when they first arrived. Next, it was up to Ling Xiao. After drinking the Tiangang earthly fiend scarlet sun mala soup, his cultivation would definitely break through. There was no doubt about that. However, Ling Xiao's inner strength was too strong, and his physical body was terrifying too. Every time he broke through, his improvement would be several times that of other martial artists. It would not be easy to break through, but once he did, he would become even more ferocious. Whoosh! At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that a pitch-black space had appeared behind Ling Xiao. In the next moment, two types of constellations, the sun and the moon, appeared at the same time in this space. The glaring light connected heaven and earth. The scarlet sun in the sky seemed to be sucked in, and its power kept pouring into the room. Then it merged into Ling Xiao's body. In an instant, the temperature in the room rose abruptly. Even the martial artists outside the room could feel the heat. They were puzzled. Who exactly was cultivating in this room? How could it cause such a shocking scene? What cultivation technique is His Majesty cultivating? It's so terrifying. Dan Feng looked at Cold Plum and asked, in this place, only Lung Mei was the most familiar with Ling Xiao. She was also the person who had followed Ling Xiao the longest. I don't know. Cold Plum shook her head. She really did not know. She was not lying. Who cares what he's cultivating? In my opinion, this cultivation technique's grade is probably very high. It should be at least an immortal grade martial art. Mou said with a smile. Mou smiled and said, Senior brother, the stronger the Sky Emperor is, the more benefits we'll get. Have you forgotten? When we came here, the Dragon Phoenix Continent's law had changed. The law that originally limited cultivation to the 5th level of the yin-yang realm has changed to the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. I believe it has something to do with His Majesty's cultivation. That's true. His Majesty is the ruler of the Dragon Phoenix Continent. Even when the 7 rulers set the law, they would consider it based on his cultivation. Dan Feng looked at Ling Xiao. At first, he thought that he already knew this person very well. He was still far from it. He had never seen Ling Xiao's cultivation technique before. At that moment, Ling Xiao did not know what was happening in the outside world. The ice and fire in his body kept colliding and merging. Then, his cultivation kept accumulating and brewing. After activating the Hell of Retribution, the barrier to the 5th level of the yin-yang realm was completely broken. Next, as long as he brewed energy, his cultivation would naturally break through. The most difficult thing in the yin-yang realm was to activate the 18 levels of hell. As long as he could do that, his cultivation would naturally increase. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to have enough energy to maintain it. Spiritual stones, elixir pills, and demonic beast crystal cores were the key for Ling Xiao to maintain this state. While he was cultivating, his mystic world body was automatically refined. The power of the royal heaven-earth kept merging into his body. Chapter 1690. Ling Xiao's cultivation was increasing. His cells were also awakening one by one. His cultivation and cells were awakening at almost the same time. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth also merged into his body in large amounts. The green and golden lights continued to collide and fuse together. Buzz. Suddenly, a blinding light shot out of the house and pierced through the clouds in the sky. Ling Xiao's divine light retracted. He slowly opened his eyes. Every time his cultivation broke through a new level, he would have a new understanding of his own power. He didn't actually have any inner strength cultivation technique. Instead, he cultivated with esoteric force. The quality of esoteric force was obviously a few levels higher than ordinary inner strength. This was also the secret of why he could challenge those of a higher level. Generally speaking, inner strength was divided into 3 levels. First, ordinary inner strength. This was also the inner strength that most martial artists possessed, whether it was the vital essence of the past or the yin-yang essence of the present. They were all different forms of inner strength. In terms of grade, it was still ordinary inner strength. Second, special inner strength. This was inner strength that was infused with the changes of the 5 elements. Martial artists with special martial souls or special martial arts could have it. It was stronger than ordinary inner strength. Third, original inner strength. This was the core of inner strength. It was the essence and was very powerful. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't use original inner strength to fight. However, they would definitely use it when they were risking their lives. Fourth, esoteric inner strength. This was the strongest inner strength that Ling Xiao knew. It was even more terrifying than original inner strength. This was also why Ling Xiao's inner strength always had the upper hand when he collided with other martial artists. Ling Xiao had to thank the Human King for this. If it wasn't for the Human King's guidance, his inner strength would only reach the special inner strength stage. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for breaking through to Yin-Yang Realm Level 5. Dan Feng smiled as he looked at Ling Xiao, who had opened his eyes, and said, "You don't have to be so polite. We're all friends here." Ling Xiao smiled and said, this breakthrough allowed him to directly reach the late stage of Yin-Yang Realm Level 5. Moreover, his cultivation was completely stabilized. This was enough to show how powerful the heavenly spirit, earthly fiend, Scarlet Yang Mala soup was. After Ji Luoyu found the ingredients, she would definitely make some personally. This thing could definitely greatly increase the cultivation of all martial artists in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. You all broke through as well? He opened the High Heaven Tai Chi eye and saw the cultivation levels of the others. After coming to the White Tiger continent, Ling Xiao didn't expose Dan Feng's true cultivation. However, since Dan Feng didn't say it, he didn't expose it. His Tai Chi I was able to see through anyone unless the difference in cultivation was ridiculously large, at least 5 levels. Otherwise, no one would be able to escape his eyes. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, but before he could say anything, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. The voice was very pleasant, like the sound of an icy spring dripping into a valley. Judging from the voice, it should be a gentle girl. But there was a hint of weakness in her pleasant voice. She was clearly ill. She probably came here to look for Ji Luoyu. She probably wanted Ji Luoyu to treat her illness. Ling Xiao thought of many things in an instant. He casually removed the 10,000 gate formation and walked out with Ji Luoyu and the others. Although the voice was pleasant and gentle, it couldn't guarantee that the other party didn't have any hostility. After all, the hero's pavilion was in danger now. According to Dan Feng, a dozen or so martial artists had mysteriously disappeared while he was cultivating in the Tower of Heroes. Some of them were found dead, while others couldn't even find their bodies. After stepping out of the room, Ling Xiao noticed that there were many gazes looking at him. Some were curious, some were cold, and some were filled with killing intent. The owners of these gazes should be the martial artists who came to Heavenly Sea City to participate in the White Tiger meet. Among them, there were many martial artists with extraordinary strength. Even he wasn't confident of winning. "I'm Ji Luoyu. Why are you looking for me?" At this moment, Ji Luoyu's voice rang out, drawing Ling Xiao's gaze to the man and woman standing at the very front. The man was handsome, and his cultivation was not weak. He was at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. The woman's cultivation was weaker. She was only at the 1st level of the yin-yang realm. If he guessed correctly, the man should be one of the candidates. The woman wasn't. Ling Xiao never cared about a girl's appearance. After all, he only cared about the Moon Lady. Although the girl was pretty, she was still very different from the Moon Lady. She was even worse than Cold Plum. How could he possibly care about that? Your Ji Luoyu? The girl had yet to speak, but the man's voice was filled with disdain. His words sounded like he looked down on Ji Luoyu. I'm Ji Luoyu. What's wrong? Is there a second Ji Luoyu in Sky Sea City? Ji Luoyu frowned when she heard that. She was very unhappy. Miss, don't be angry. My cousin is such a person. He's more talented, so he's more arrogant. I'm deeply sorry that I spoke rudely to you after being selected as one of the candidates for the White Tiger meet. The man wanted to say more, but the girl stopped him. They were here to ask for help. The man's words were not words for begging. Cousin, I think you're just wasting your time. Ji Luoyu's cultivation is only at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. So what if she's Medicine King Sun Sa's disciple? Why don't you ask my cousin to go to the Medicine King Valley and get Mr. Medicine King to heal you personally? The man continued to speak unyieldingly, his attitude extremely arrogant. Ling Xiao found it ridiculous. A mere 6th level of the yin-yang realm martial artist going to find Medicine King Sun Sa? Would he even bother? When Feng Ming Wuliang invited Medicine King Sun Sa, he spent almost the entire nation's resources and gave Sun Sa many benefits. Could this young man do it? Ha ha! Ji Luoyu laughed mockingly. Then you can go to the Medicine King Valley to find old man Sun Sa. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to return. If you meet Sun Lingchan, that demoness, you'll definitely become a subject under her skirt. How dare you? I, Sun Wuji, am a 6th level of the yin-yang realm martial artist. I'm a prodigy selected by the Sky Sea Empire to participate in the White Tiger meet. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so disrespectful to me? The young man drew his sword and pointed it at Ji Luoyu as he spoke angrily. Cousin, if you continue to be like this, please leave. The girl was clearly angry. He was here to ask for help. Regardless of whether it was useful in the end, he had to have an attitude and no etiquette. Humph, I'll let you off this time because of my cousin. Sun Wuji snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. However, he didn't know that he saved his life because of this. Chapter 1691. Sun Wuji didn't know that by sheathing his sword, he had actually saved his life. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have dared to kill him as long as he drew his sword. Candidates were allowed to kill each other. If Sun Wuji didn't know what was good for him and dared to attack, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Seeing that Sun Wuji was silent, the woman said, My name is Lu Lian, and I am from the Lu clan of Sky Sea City. I am not a famous clan, but I can be considered a rich one. Originally, I could have participated in the White Tiger Storm meet. However, my heart is higher than the sky, but my life is more fragile than paper. I fell seriously ill, and my cultivation regressed. A terrifying demonic aura accumulated in my body and couldn't dissipate. This demonic aura tortured me so badly that I couldn't cultivate. Moreover, it often made me lose my mind. Therefore, when my illness acted up, I could only lock myself in the room and endure the torture. It's useless for you to say this. He has to apologize to me. Otherwise, I won't help you no matter what you say. Ji Luoyu also had a temper. After being insulted by others for so long, how could she help others in a good mood? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Sun Wuji said disdainfully. What does that have to do with you? Hurry up and leave with your cousin. This is the outstanding building. not a place for you to behave atrociously, Ji Luoyu said coldly. Plop. Lu Lian suddenly knelt down, looked at Ji Luoyu, and said, Miss Luoyu, my cousin was just worried about me. That's why he said the wrong thing. No matter what, it's all my fault. Today, Lu Lian kneels down before you. I only beg that you can use the divine physician's sacred hands to relieve Lu Lian of her pain. This girl was really amazing. How much courage did it take to kneel down in front of Ji Luoyu, in front of so many people? After all, she was a girl, and girls were usually very thin-skinned. Hurry up and get up. Otherwise, others will say that I, Ji Luoyu, am bullying you. Ji Luoyu was still a girl and was more soft-hearted. She hurriedly went forward to help the girl up. However, at the moment when the two of them collided, Ji Luoyu's expression changed. She hurriedly retreated. Between her hands, black gas curled up. Seeing this, Ling Xiao suddenly grabbed Ji Luoyu's hand and sucked the black gas into his body. It really is the demonic qi of the heavenly demons, and it's so pure. Ling Xiao thought to himself. This scene was also seen by Lu Lian. In the past, there were many pharmacists who were so frightened that they didn't dare to treat her the moment they touched her. Today, Ji Luoyu's situation was similar, but the young man beside Ji Luoyu was not afraid of the devil qi at all, which was really surprising. This is my big brother Ling. If you want to save people, it's more useful for you to beg him. His ability is more powerful than that old man's Sun Zai, Ji Luoyu said with a smile. At the moment when Ling Xiao grabbed her hand, she really felt as if she was about to ascend to heaven. Her entire body seemed to be filled with delicious honey. It was indescribably sweet. So it's young hero Ling. Lu Lian looked at Ling Xiao. Her originally gloomy eyes were now filled with anticipation. I can help you, but there are two conditions. Ling Xiao stared at Lu Lian and said with a smile, First, get that trash to apologize to my sister Luoyu. Be more sincere. Second, I want that Taiji stone on you. Hearing this, the girl suddenly used her hands to cover her body. She looked at Ling Xiao in horror. How do you know that I have the Taiji stone on me? Don't be so nervous. I'm most familiar with the aura released by the Taiji stone because it's very helpful to my cultivation. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Hearing this, Lu Lian heaved a sigh of relief. She put down her hands somewhat awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, young hero Ling. This Taiji stone is my Lu family's heirloom. Furthermore, it's very important to me. I can't give it to you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The so-called help is actually helping you suppress the heavenly demon's fiendish aura, right? You originally had a relapse almost every day. With this thing, you only have a relapse once a month. Am I right? You're indeed amazing. Lu Lian became even more agitated. Let's make a deal. If I cure your illness, this Taiji stone will belong to me. How about it? Ling Xiao had indeed taken a fancy to that Taiji stone. That Taiji stone contained the two powers of yin and yang. They complemented each other and were rather mysterious. It would definitely be of great benefit to his cultivation. Now that he was about to participate in the White Tiger meet, it was very urgent for him to raise his cultivation. Obtaining this Taiji stone was absolutely necessary to him. He was not the kind of person who would snatch things. That was why he proposed a deal. Cousin, don't listen to him. I've already investigated this brat. His cultivation is only at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. Do you really think he can help you with this cultivation? Sun Wuji said loudly, Listen to cousin. Let's go. There's no need to talk nonsense with these two liars. They clearly only want the Taiji stone. Cousin, if you're unwilling to apologize, then leave. I won't force you. However, I believe in young hero Ling. I can make this deal with him. Lu Lian actually did not completely trust Ling Xiao in the depths of her heart. After all, it was their first meeting. How could she completely trust him? If she completely trusted him, then she would be a fool. The reason why she did this was because she had no other choice. She was very clear in her heart that she could not afford to hire Medicine King Sun Sa and Sun Lingchan. Her Lu family was only a small and wealthy family. He could destroy them all with a finger. How could she miss out on her only hope? Looking at Lu Lian, Ling Xiao could not help but secretly praise her. This girl was really amazing. Not only did she behave appropriately, but she also knew the importance of things. She also knew the pros and cons. She was not like many people who looked smart, but when doing many things, they often grasped the sesame seed and threw away the watermelon. In fact, even if Sun Wuji did not apologize and Lu Lian was not willing to make the deal, he would still help. This was because the pure demonic qi in Lu Lian's body was a great supplement for him. Apologize? That's impossible. Cousin, you've been bewitched by a scoundrel. You can't tell who's right and who's wrong. Fine, I'll kill these two liars today to wake you up. Sun Wuji suddenly drew his sword and a cold aura shot towards Ling Xiao. He was actually going to attack. Ling Xiao sneered. Since he was going to attack, then he did not need to talk nonsense. He also liked to solve problems with violence because it was simple and fast. However, at this moment, Lu Lian suddenly stood in the middle. She looked at Sun Wuji and said, "Cousin, are you crazy? They're my only hope." Sun Wuji seemed to really care about Lu Lian. He withdrew his sword that was about to stab out. He did not know that this was the second time Lu Lian had saved his life. Sigh, cousin is so educated and polite, but cousin is like an idiot. Ling Xiao sighed and looked at Ji Luoyu and said, "Luoyu, do you want me to help you kill that kid? He doesn't look like he'll apologize." If he said he would kill, then he would really kill. Chapter 1692. Forget it. I won't lower myself to his level. On the other hand, Miss Lu Lian is quite sincere. Big Brother Ling, do as you see fit. If you want to help her, then help her. I have no objections. After all, Ji Luoyu was not Ling Xiao. She was not as decisive as Ling Xiao. If it was Ling Xiao, Sun Wuji would have died long ago for being so rude. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ling Xiao no longer looked at Sun Wuji. Instead, he looked at Lu Lian and said, "My sister Luoyu is magnanimous and will not bicker with your cousin. However, I will definitely add the Taiji stone into the deal. Is that okay?" "No problem." Lu Lian sighed in relief. She looked at Ji Luoyu and said, "Thank you, Miss Luoyu. No need. I just feel sorry for you and don't want to bicker with that idiot." Ji Luoyu knew very well that with Ling Xiao's strength, killing Sun Wuji would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, he still knew about the Sun clan of Sky Sea City. They were much more powerful than the Lu clan. Moreover, they were a little bit related to Sun Sa, although they were distant relatives. However, if Ling Xiao really killed Sun Wuji, he would definitely get into trouble. According to Ji Luoyu's personality, she was naturally unwilling to do so. Sun Wuji was so angry that his face turned pale. However, he was unwilling to leave. He stood there trembling, and his eyes revealed a dense killing intent. "I advise you not to try to take revenge. Otherwise, the unlucky ones won't be us." Ling Xiao glanced at Sun Wuji. He felt that killing this kind of trash was beneath him. Then he looked at Lu Lian and said, "Let's go. Take me to your clan." Of course, he had to go to the Lu clan for treatment. Otherwise, if the Lu clan's elders refused to admit it, it would be troublesome. "Young hero Ling, please," Lu Lian said happily. Before Ling Xiao left, he stared at Dan Feng and said, You are the strongest cultivator in our heavenly dynasty empire. Protect them well and try not to go out. Even if you go out, don't be alone. Don't worry, I will. Danfeng nodded and said. Then Ling Xiao followed Lu Lian and left the Tower of Heroes. In the crowd, a few pairs of eyes stared at him. The moment he left the Tower of Heroes, they also left quietly. Cousin, why are you bringing this kind of person to the Lu family? If I didn't know better, I would have thought that he was a wild man you brought back from outside. Sun Wuji finally couldn't hold it in any longer and asked when they arrived outside the outstanding building. Cousin, I don't want to say too much. If you're still like this, then please leave. I don't need your protection anymore. In fact, Lu Lian didn't want Sun Wuji to leave. After all, although Sun Wuji's personality was a little bad, he still cared about her a lot. His cousin had always been obedient to him since they were young. Who would have thought that she would actually chase him away after meeting a wild man? The jealousy in his heart burned uncontrollably. Of course, Ling Xiao could feel his killing intent, but he didn't care at all. He just smiled secretly. He planned to teach this guy a lesson on the way. It was about 1 kilometer from the Tower of Heroes to the Lu family. The 3 of them were martial artists, so they didn't ride their mounts. They walked. However, it didn't take long. About 1 kilometer away from the Tower of Heroes, they arrived at a deserted street. There were dilapidated houses, beggars, and 3 people in tattered clothes everywhere. A dangerous aura came from the dark. Ling Xiao sneered secretly. 4 martial artists at the 5th level of the Yinyang realm want to assassinate me. They must be tired of living. He suddenly approached. Lu Lian grabbed her soft waist and leaped into the air. Just as he leaped into the air, he heard a sonic boom behind him. Lu Lian wanted to scream, but she shut her mouth when she heard the sonic boom. Ling Xiao dodged with Lu Lian. Sun Wuji became the target of the sonic boom. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. However, he was a 6th level of the Yinyang realm martial artist. Faced with this predicament, he unsheathed his long sword. It glowed, and the sonic boom sent him flying and crashing into the wall. They were 4 strange hidden weapons. Sun Wuji, take your cousin and leave. Don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, we'll kill you too. The owners of the 4 hidden weapons were 5th level of the Yinyang realm martial artists. They were also candidates for the white tiger meat. Sun Wuji turned to look at Lu Lian. He really wanted to leave. The 4 martial artists saw that Sun Wuji didn't attack, so they attacked Ling Xiao again. However, Ling Xiao instantly appeared near Sun Wuji with his ghostly movement technique. As a result, Sun Wuji became a target again. Damn it! Sun Wuji, are you crazy? Damn it! You're the crazy ones. I'm not attacking, but you keep targeting me. You think I'm stupid? Sun Wuji was enraged by Ling Xiao. He vented all his anger on the 4/5 level of the Yinyang realm martial artists. A sword light flashed. He killed one of them with just one move. A 6th level of the Yinyang realm martial artist was much stronger than a 5th level of the Yinyang realm martial artist. However, there were more of them. While one of them was killed, the other 3 had already closed in. Sun Wuji blocked hastily, but his arm was still cut. His protective origin energy broke. Fortunately, he wasn't injured. However, it was still very dangerous. Furthermore, the other party did not stop attacking. After dodging the first stab, another knife stabbed down at almost the same position. This time, Sun Wuji's arm was dyed red. However, he didn't have time to adjust before the 3rd attack came. The 3 worked well together. It was obvious that they were from the same sect. Just as Sun Wuji's arm was about to be crippled Lu Lian flicked her finger at the crucial moment. Lu Lian deflected the third attack by about an inch, allowing Sun Wuji to dodge. Then, Lu Lian took the opportunity to kill the second person with another attack. What a pity! Ling Xiao originally wanted to see Sun Wuji lose an arm. He did not have a good impression of this fellow. Even if this fellow died, Ling Xiao would not pity him at all. For people tried to assassinate Ling Xiao, but Sun Wuji killed 2 of them. When the other 2 saw that the situation was bad, they turned and fled. However, they had only taken 10 steps when 2 pitch-black shadows suddenly appeared under their feet. They were as sharp as sword qi and directly pierced through them. The shadows instantly vanished. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. The entire process was undetectable. Even Lu Lian, who was in Xiao Chen's arms, only felt a weak flow of energy. It's fine now. Ling Xiao placed Lu Lian on the ground and said, "Let's continue on our way." Sun Wuji looked at Ling Xiao, feeling very angry. However, just as Sun Wuji was about to roar in anger, he suddenly felt dizzy. His expression immediately changed to one of horror. Poison! Poison! The assassin was really sinister. He actually smeared poison on the short saber. Chapter 16, 93. Although the poison on the dagger was nothing special, if it was not treated in time, even a Yin-Yang realm martial artist would be in trouble, especially when the white tiger meat was about to begin. Even if they were not poisoned to death, they would have to withdraw from the white tiger meat if something happened. The goal of those 4 people seemed to be very clear. They wanted to eliminate Ling Xiao as much as possible. "Kneel down and beg me, and I'll cure you." Ling Xiao glanced at Sun Wuji with a smile and said, "I'd rather die than beg a liar like you." Sun Wuji roared, "Liar, liar! Very well, then you can wait for your death here. This place is 1 mile away from the Lu family. When you get back, even a golden immortal won't be able to save you." Ling Xiao was really annoyed by this idiot Sun Wuji. This person had a strong character. Even now, he still refused to beg Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was not interested in admiring him. He could only say that this guy was an idiot with a strong character. "Cousin, just beg young hero Ling, otherwise you'll really die," Lu Lian hurriedly advised. Ah! Sun Wuji could feel the poison entering his bones. He refused to kneel down and beg Ling Xiao, not because he had a strong character, but because he felt that he could save himself. It was just a poison. How could it do anything to him, a 6th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist? However, at this moment, his expression really changed. Not only was the poison not expelled, but it had also entered his bones. If he was not saved, he would really die. He suddenly knelt on the ground and grabbed Ling Xiao's leg. He cried, "Hero Ling, please save me. If you save me, I'm willing to be your slave." "Ha, so you're also a coward. I really misjudged you." Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. He took out an antidote pill and injected a gust of sinister demonic qi into it. Then he fed it to Sun Wuji. After a while, Sun Wuji's expression improved. He stood up, looked at Ling Xiao, and said coldly, "You'd better not tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Threatening me? Ling Xiao smiled inwardly, but didn't say anything. He had long known that Sun Wuji was not a good person, so he had integrated his own heavenly demonic qi into the detoxification pill. "I won't kill him for the time being. I'll keep him alive for now. Maybe he'll be useful. A cannon fodder at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm would definitely be useful at a crucial moment. Cousin, you've really disappointed me. Young hero Ling, let's go." Of course, the other reason Ling Xiao had saved Sun Wuji was to let Lu Lian see Sun Wuji's true colors. Let's see what it is. Sun Wuji followed behind with a gloomy face. No one knew what he was thinking. However, no matter what he did, everything was under Ling Zhao's surveillance. In the end, he could not escape from Ling Zhao's grasp. Soon, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Lu family. The Lu family was said to be a big family in Sky Sea City, but it was not even considered a big family. However, it was much bigger than many big families in the Divine Phoenix Empire. The White Tiger Continent is indeed the White Tiger Continent. Not only are the cultivators' cultivations much higher, but even the family's influence is also much stronger. A small family like this can definitely be considered one of the 8 big families in the Divine Phoenix Empire. Ling Xiao lamented for a while, and the heroic spirit in his heart flourished. Since when was it that the more difficult something was, the more worth it was to try? Sooner or later, the entire White Tiger Continent would belong to him, Ling Xiao. Seeing Lu Lian, the guards outside the door immediately came to welcome her. "Young Mrs. back." Lu Lian nodded, then led Ling Xiao into the house. The 2 guards glanced at Ling Xiao and seemed a little confused. However, since Lu Lian had brought him back, they couldn't stop him and allowed him to enter. 2 good-for-nothings. If that person was the one who kidnapped my cousin, wouldn't you care? Sun Wuji now had nowhere to vent his anger, so he began to flip out when he met someone. The 2 guards were not in the wrong because Lu Lian didn't look like she was kidnapped at all. In the end, they were still scolded badly by him. After Sun Wuji entered, one of the guards said, "I don't know what he's so smug about. He can't get young Miss Lu Lian, so he's always venting his anger on us servants." "Sure, lower your voice." Sun Wuji is a member of the Sun family. The Sun family is bigger than our Lu family, and even the old master can't afford to offend them. The other guard said, "Oh, right, who is that young man just now? Young Miss seems to be very respectful to him. Could he be some otherworldly expert?" One of the guards said, "Otherworldly expert? Impossible. His aura isn't as strong as Sun Wuji's. He's probably a friend." The other guard said, "Could he be an apothecary or something?" An apothecary's cultivation is a little lower than ordinary warriors. The first guard said again, "That's possible. Our young miss has been poisoned by some bastard, and she's in so much pain that her cultivation is constantly regressing. With her talent, it's possible for her to cultivate to the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. That Sun Wuji is nothing. Do you think that Sun Wuji was the one who poisoned her? Don't talk nonsense, but I think it's possible." While the 2 guards were chatting, Ling Xiao had already followed Lu Lian to the Lu family's main hall. Lu Lian's parents, as well as the 3 elders, appeared there. According to Lu Lian's introduction, the 3 elders were the 3 elders of the Lu family. Their cultivation was at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and they were very terrifying. This kind of cultivation was indeed terrifying in the Divine Phoenix continent. However, Ling Xiao found it a little funny when he heard it now. He had already broken through to the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and these 3 people were nothing to him. Lu Lian roughly explained the situation to her parents and the 3 elders. Lu Lian's father looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. Then he looked at his daughter and said, "It's not that I don't trust this young man, but the demonic qi in your body has been there for 3 years, and no one has been able to break it. Are you sure this young hero Ling can do it?" Parents were all concerned about their daughters. As a father, he naturally didn't want his daughter to be deceived by a swindler, so it was normal for him to ask, "Uncle, I've already told my cousin. This person is just a swindler. What can he know?" Before Lu Lian could reply, Sun Wuji interrupted. "Cousin, how can you do this? Young hero Ling just saved your life." Lu Lian felt that her cousin was simply unreasonable. Wuji, tell us what happened. The leading grand elder asked. Sun Wuji briefly explained the process, but many things had changed. It became that he risked his life to protect Lu Lian, heroically got injured, and then got poisoned. Grand Elder, Uncle, I have a feeling that those 4 assassins were sent by this young hero Ling. Otherwise, how could he have cured the poison in my body in an instant? Sun Wuji explained, in the end. Chapter 1694. That makes sense. Capture this Ling guy first and interrogate him slowly. We'll talk about the treatment later. The great elder pondered for a moment before slamming the table. Hold on. Lu Lian's father shouted. You're arresting him before the investigation is done? No matter what, young Master Ling saved Wuji. It's fine if we're not grateful, but how can we repay his kindness with enmity? Ling Xiao nodded secretly when he heard that. Although there were always a few scum in every family, this father was still a good person. Father is right. Young hero Ling is friends with Medicine King's son, Sa's disciple, Ji Luoyu. I believe he won't lie to me. Lu Lian looked at her father and said, Elders, why don't we let young hero Ling try? Ji Luoyu's friend shouldn't be too bad. Moreover, we don't have any other choice. Lu Lian's father thought for a moment before speaking. As the head of the family, you're really magnanimous to let a stranger treat your daughter. Aren't you afraid that he's up to no good? The great elder said coldly. Now that the white tiger meet is about to begin, all sorts of people will gather in Sky Sea City. Anything can happen. Moreover, what Wuji said just now is not without reason. If he's really a scheming person and takes the opportunity to sully Lian, our Lu family will have nowhere to put our face. He's just a 4th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. How can he be worthy of our Lu family's daughter? After Ling Xiao made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he hit his true cultivation level. This way, he could avoid more people from targeting him. Otherwise, if his cultivation speed was too fast, there would be more people who wanted to kill him. He did not care about ordinary martial artists, but he really could not deal with those who were too strong. In this world, there were not many people who could see through his cultivation level. At the very least, there was no one in the White Tiger continent who could, unless he was willing to let them see. However, the great elder's words were really interesting. Because Ling Xiao's cultivation level was low, it was a crime to sully Lu Lian. If his cultivation level was high, wouldn't it mean that he was not guilty? Ling Xiao did not even look at the great elder. Instead, he looked at the head of the Lu family, Lu Lian's father, and said with a smile, Lu family head, Lu Lian is your daughter. What do you want me to do? How dare you? How dare you look down on me? How rude. Seeing how arrogant Ling Xiao was, First Elder was instantly enraged. What a joke. If Lu Lian didn't beg me, I wouldn't come to your family. As the host, not only did you not serve me tea, you even tried to capture me. Who is the rude one here? Ling Xiao sneered and questioned the First Elder. Pa! Crack! The great elder suddenly slammed the table, causing it to shatter into pieces. He furiously stood up and roared, Insolent brat, Lianer is young and has been deceived by you. Do you think we are all fools? Hee, this idiot is dead meat. Looks like I don't have to waste my energy. Sun Wuji snickered. He thought that Ling Xiao was stupid. He was so arrogant in the Lu family. He was looking for death. He thought that he could easily kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, the great elder's cultivation level was 1 level higher than his. This brat was dead meat. First Elder, please don't be angry. Young Hero Ling was just outspoken. He didn't mean to offend you. Besides, our Lu family's etiquette isn't up to standard. I hope you can forgive him. Lu Lian said hurriedly. She was frightened. Ling Xiao offended the great elder. It would be troublesome. She was afraid that the great elder would kill Ling Xiao on the spot, so she begged for mercy. Forgive him? If he kneels down and repents, I can consider cutting off his tongue. Otherwise, I'll kill him on the spot. The great elder sneered. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, which shocked everyone, causing them to be extremely puzzled. What are you laughing at? The great elder asked. I'm laughing at your Lu family. You're a frog at the bottom of a well. You're so stupid that it makes one's hair stand on end. It's a pity that Miss Lu, the only person with talent and foresight, can't make the decision. Forget it. For Miss Lu's sake, I won't argue with you frogs at the bottom of a well. Anyway, I'm only here to do business. Lu Lian, if you want to be treated, I can take you away from here. Once it's done, you can give me the Tai Chi stone. As for these idiots, you can ignore them. I believe you're a person with foresight, right? Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with the Lu family. He wasn't here to do business with the Lu family anyway. As soon as he said this, the whole hall was shocked. A 17 or 18-year-old young man actually didn't put the entire Lu family in his eyes. This was too arrogant. Even Lu Lian was shocked and did not come back to her senses for a long time. However, thinking about it carefully, was there anything wrong with Ling Xiao's words? He came here to treat Lu Lian's illness, not to look at the Lu family's face. And these people scolded him to his face, and even said that he was trying to sully Lu Lian. They even wanted to capture him and cut off his tongue. It was simply laughable. Ling Xiao, wasn't a servant of the Lu family. It was fine if they didn't treat him as an honored guest, but they actually humiliated him like this. If it were any other time, he wouldn't be so good-tempered. It was just that he had just come to Sky Sea City and didn't want to easily cause a massacre and attract too much attention. Otherwise, based on what the great elder said, that old thing deserved to die. Impudent! You're going too far. How dare you look down on our Lu family? The great elder's face was ashen as he exploded with a terrifying murderous aura. Of course, this murderous aura was indeed terrifying to the others in the Lu family. However, to Ling Xiao, it wasn't worth mentioning. It was even a little laughable. Lu Lian, I'm waiting for your words. If you're not willing, I'll leave. You invited me here, not me shamelessly following you. Ling Xiao ignored the great elder and looked at Lu Lian as he said calmly, I'm willing. Lu Lian nodded her head and said, It's just as you said. I'm not someone's goods. My fate is in my own hands. I'm willing to believe you. Ha ha ha, good. I knew it. You're a good child with a bright future. Ling Xiao laughed heartily, completely ignoring the first elder's face that had already turned the color of pig liver. Damn it! The great elder was furious. Great elder, please calm down. I think that this young hero is right. We didn't do our duty as hosts. This is rude. We also made things difficult for him. This is even more rude. Young hero Ling is an honored guest of our Lu family. He should be treated with respect. Men, bring a seat. Serve tea. Serve good tea. Lu Lian's father had been watching the development of the situation. He frowned and finally made the final decision. Compared to the great elder's face, his daughter was obviously more important. Chapter 1695. To Lu Cheng, his daughter was obviously more important than the first elder's face. After all, as long as his daughter was cured, the Lu family would have their first yin-yang realm expert. They would be much more powerful than many large families. Moreover, judging from Ling Xiao's performance, he was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would not have remained calm when facing the first elder's murderous aura. Good. Very good. Lu Cheng, you're really good. As the family head, you're helping an outsider when an elder is being bullied. Do you really think we don't dare to remove you? The first elder said coldly. In the Lu family, the three patriarchs could depose the family head together. Do whatever you want as long as my daughter can be cured. Lu Cheng was clearly determined, as long as his daughter Lu Lian could recover. Even if he was deposed, there would still be people who would re-elect him. In this world, strength was everything. Thank you for understanding. Father, Lu Lian was very touched. In this world, if even a father could not understand his daughter, how sad would she be? Good, very good. Let this kid try. If he can't succeed, he can forget about leaving the Lu family today. The first elder said coldly. Lu Cheng was still the family head, and his words counted. Therefore, the first elder had no choice. Great elder, you're making things difficult for me. You know my problem very well. Even the medicine king's son, Sa, doesn't dare to say that he has a 100% chance of curing me. Why make things difficult for young hero Ling? Lu Lian furrowed her brows. She really did not understand whether water had entered this first elder's brain. Why did he keep opposing Ling Zhao's treatment of her? Could it be? She suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. No, impossible. Although the first elder is old-fashioned and stubborn, he is still the first elder of the Lu family. How could he harm me? Lu Lian shook her head. She could not believe her own speculation. Young hero Ling, are you confident? Lu Cheng looked at Ling Xiao and asked, just as Miss Lu said, no one is 100% confident in her situation. Ling Xiao said calmly. In fact, he was 100% confident. However, he wanted to see Lu Cheng's attitude. Lu Cheng frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, young hero Ling, how confident are you? 3 points. He didn't say much, but it was worth a try. It all depended on whether the other party had the courage to do so. All right, if that's the case, then please begin, young hero Ling. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. The entire Lu family will definitely help you. Of course, these were just polite words. How could the Lu family be of one mind? Thank you for your trust, family head Lu. Ling Xiao nodded and said, if there's a need, I'll ask. Soon after, he looked at Lu Lian and said, the method that I am using is a secret technique. A third person is not allowed to see it. Therefore, during the treatment, only the two of us can do it. You have any objections? No problem. Lu Lian hesitated for a moment. She immediately shook her lips and said, although it was very risky, she was willing to try. Otherwise, with her current situation, she would sooner or later be defiled by someone even more disgusting. I have an opinion. How can a single man and woman stay together? What's more, Lian and my elder brother are engaged. Sun Wuji shouted. He liked Lu Lian, but Lu Lian was engaged to his brother, Sun Wushuang, a month ago. As for why, he didn't know. This matter had come too suddenly. He didn't like it at first, but now he could use his elder brother, Sun Wushuang, as a shield. Humph, the fox's tail has been revealed. Lu Cheng, you heard it too. This bastard has ulterior motives. He wants to take advantage of Lian in the name of treatment. Are you okay with letting him be alone with Lian? The first elder also snorted coldly. That's right, I think so too. At the very least, there should be someone watching from the side. The second elder also said. Lu Cheng's brows were also tightly knitted together. Ling Zhao's request was indeed a little unacceptable. After all, Lu Lian was already engaged. Although the engagement was forced, it wouldn't be good if word got out. Father, I'm not afraid. What are you worried about? Young hero Ling has so many women around him, and all of them are as beautiful as fairies. Even Miss Luo, you can't be the best. Why would he like me? Lu Lian sighed and said. There was a hint of disappointment in her words. Her beauty was praised to the heavens in the Lu family. However, when compared to the women around Ling Xiao, she was really ordinary. Hearing this, Lu Cheng immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said, if that's the case, then I'll have to trouble young hero Ling. My Lu family has a secret room that no one can peek into. Thank you for your understanding, Father. Lu Lian also clearly relaxed. She was really worried that Ling Xiao would fight with her family. At that time, she wouldn't know who to help. Young hero Ling, please follow me. Lu Lian led Ling Xiao out of the hall, and then through several corridors came to a secret room. After the door of the secret room was closed, it was almost completely isolated from the outside world. Girl, you're really bold. Being alone with me in a room like this. Aren't you afraid that I'm a lecherous demon? Ling Xiao smiled and said. As I said, none of the women around young hero Ling are worse than me. How could you possibly fancy me? Lu Lian sighed and said, moreover, if I'm destined to be so miserable, I'll accept it. It seems that Miss Lu has a lot on her mind. Ling Xiao smiled, but didn't ask. He didn't care about other people's matters. He only cared about the Taiji stone. Miss Lu, take off your outer clothes, and then take off the Taiji stone. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Lu Lian was stunned for a moment. She suddenly understood why Ling Xiao didn't allow outsiders to be present. It was because she had to take off her outer clothes, although she still had her inner clothes underneath. It would still be very troublesome if others saw it and word got out. I didn't expect him to be so meticulous despite looking so arrogant. Lu Lian thought to herself. She also obediently took off her outer clothes. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely clear because he had already entered an ethereal state. In this state, the woman in front of him was just a pink skeleton. What do we do next? Lu Lian asked shyly. However, in the face of Ling Xiao's indifferent gaze, she felt a sense of disappointment. Women were like that. They were afraid of being remembered by others. If others didn't feel anything, they would be disappointed. After all, a woman's beauty still needed to be acknowledged by men. No matter what happens later, you don't have to be afraid. I cultivate a set of martial arts that can summon the heavenly demon fighting spirit and directly extract the demonic qi from your body. If you feel any discomfort later, you can tell me directly. However, don't panic, understand? Ling Xiao reminded her. I understand. Lu Lian nodded, but she was a little disappointed. She had heard of such words before. There was once a warrior who said it to her and tried it, but he failed in the end. Chapter 1696. The martial artist who treated Lu Lian was Xiao Budian from the Heavenly Demon Cult, an 8-year-old freak. Unfortunately, Xiao Budian did not succeed either. In her opinion, Ling Xiao had even less of a chance of success. However, Lu Lian did not say this out loud. She was afraid that it would dampen Ling Xiao's enthusiasm. Ha! Miss Lu, you don't seem to have much confidence. Lu Lian did not know that her expression could not be hidden from Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eyes. If the patient has no confidence in being cured, what else can I do? Ling Xiao spread his hands and said calmly, Young hero Ling, have you heard of the heavenly demon Gu poison? Lu Lian did not answer Ling Xiao's question. Instead, she asked another question. No, Ling Xiao said calmly. That's right. The heavenly demon Gu poison is the heavenly demon Gu poison that the heavenly demon cult developed using real heavenly demons. The Sun family paid a huge price to get their hands on it, but they used it on me. Lu Lian sighed. You know what happened behind the scenes? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. This girl was not as ignorant as she seemed. Of course I know. The one who used the goo on me was the first elder. He wanted to curry favor with Sun Wushuang from the Sun family because Sun Wushuang is a genius even more powerful than Sun Wuji. He is already at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm in his early 20s. His future is limitless. In addition, the Sun family is good at using poison and has a close relationship with the royal family. If he curried favor with them, the first elder's status in the Lu family would be even more respected. Lu Lian's lips trembled as she spoke. It was obvious that she had suffered too much in her heart. She just had no one to talk to. But he is not as good as you. Ling Xiao said calmly. Yes, Sun Wushuang is not as good as me. However, I am the only one in the Lu family. The Sun family has many geniuses in the military and the royal family. Moreover, Sun Wushuang and Sun Wuji are both disciples of the Tianhai Saint Court. Lu Lian sighed and said, You know that my father had to compromise and agree to Sun Wushuang's marriage to save me. Why did he insist on marrying you? Ling Xiao asked curiously. You're going through so much trouble, it can't be just to support that great elder, right? My physique is rather special. When I was young, I accidentally awakened the yin-yang fish martial spirit. As long as I have the pleasure of fish and water, I can greatly increase my cultivation speed. This is something that Sun Wushuang naturally wishes for. Lu Lian replied, Aren't you afraid that I'll be greedy? Ling Xiao smiled. Not to mention you, even a beggar would be better than being defiled by Sun Wushuang. Lu Lian said painfully, Now you understand. In order to obtain me, the Sun family spared no expense to obtain the heavenly devil goo. It really isn't that easy to get rid of it. You don't have to think so much. You just have to trust me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You're still so confident. Lu Lian was a little surprised. I've always been confident, and I'm not afraid to tell you that I lied to your father just now. I'm 100% confident that I can cure you, not 30%. Ling Xiao said indifferently, What heavenly devil goo? I'm a real heavenly devil. As his voice fell, Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into a heavenly devil. The terrifying and ferocious heavenly devil faced Lu Lian, scaring her so much that she almost screamed. You're not bad. You actually didn't scream. Looks like you're indeed a promising talent. A slightly rough voice came from the mouth of the heavenly devil incarnation. Are you confident now? Yes. Lu Lian's voice trembled. She thought of many possibilities, but she didn't know that Ling Xiao actually had such a terrifying identity. Good. It's good that you're confident. How can a mere heavenly devil goo defeat me? A real heavenly devil? Ling Xiao sneered. A terrifying aura was released and entered Lu Lian's body. At that moment, Lu Lian felt extreme fear, but there was also a strange sense of security. Don't be afraid. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have waited until now. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I'm not afraid. Lu Lian shook her head. She endured the immense fear and the tearing pain in her body. She gritted her teeth and endured it. You don't have to endure it. You can scream out loud. That way, you'll feel more comfortable. Ling Xiao said, Anyway, this is a secret room. I just did some tricks, so no sound will be transmitted out. Lu Lian screamed at this moment. The ear-piercing scream could alleviate the pain in her body, but it was still unbearable. But she had to endure it. Only by enduring this would she be able to recover and have a future to speak of. Otherwise, her cultivation would continuously regress, and she would eventually become Sun Wushuang's plaything. In the secret room, a woman's cries and gasps intertwined, making it seem somewhat charming. Fortunately, the people outside couldn't hear it. Otherwise, who knew what was going on inside? Ling Xiao was very satisfied with Lu Lian's performance. He knew that Lu Lian was enduring immense pain. It was really not easy for her to endure it. Bastard, this kid actually blocked the peeping bugs in the secret room. In the main hall, the Grand Elder roared furiously. It turned out that there were peeping bugs the size of ants in the secret room. They could see what was going on inside from the outside. However, after Ling Xiao entered, not only was the secret room's door sealed, but the peeping bugs inside were also killed. Naturally, he was furious. Lu Cheng, did you see that? This is what you've done. Your daughter might be sullied by that bastard inside. The Grand Elder roared. Grand Elder, you've gone too far. Lu Cheng's expression was gloomy. Are you trying to sully my daughter's reputation? Some words can't be spoken carelessly. Spoken carelessly? Do you really believe that trash who's only at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm can cure your daughter? What a fool's dream. The Grand Elder said disdainfully. Why can't I believe him? Lu Cheng said coldly. That person is Ji Luoyu's friend and was recommended by Ji Luoyu. Naturally, he has some ability. What's wrong with letting him try? Are you afraid that my daughter will be cured? What do you mean? The Grand Elder frowned and said, Do you think that I don't want Lianer to recover? Haha, Grand Elder, you know what I mean. There's no need for me to spell it out. Although Lu Cheng said that, he was actually very worried. After all, that was his own daughter. If she was sullied by a stranger, he would be blamed. Humph, Lu Cheng, just wait to make a fool of yourself. Lian is poisoned by the heavenly demon vermin. Other than the heavenly demon sex vermin, no one can save her, not even the medicine king's son Sa. The Grand Elder suddenly snorted coldly. This was also his truest thought. When the heavenly demon sex Xiao Badian tried to save Lu Lian, he was still worried. After all, that kid was a freak. He was only 8 years old, but had a terrifying cultivation base. He surpassed many martial artists, and was one of the 7 small saints of Tian Hai. However, that Xiao Badian also failed. What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 16, 97. The charming atmosphere in the secret room was even more intense. The treatment had already ended. Lu Lian crossed her arms in front of her, looking very lovely. Ling Xiao, who had already come out of the ethereal state, could not help but be tempted when he saw this scene. Although Lu Lian was not as beautiful as Ji Luoyu and the others, she was a delicate girl that made men want to protect her. He chuckled and shook off the inappropriate thoughts in his heart. He took the Tai Chi stone and said, Miss, you should change your clothes first. I'll wait for you outside the secret room. After speaking, Ling Xiao walked out of the door. At 17 years old, it was the time of puberty. It could be said that she was the most curious and sensitive about the matters between men and women. Ling Xiao was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself and do something wrong. He was a domineering person, but he always had a bottom line and would not act recklessly. Young Hero Ling, thank you. How should I address you? Lu Lian's face was red and shy. She lowered her head like a beautiful flower that was about to bloom. His heart was thumping wildly. It was the first time in her life that she was so honest with a man. Heavenly Dynasty Empire, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao answered with his back turned. After speaking, Ling Xiao stepped out of the secret room. The moment Ling Xiao stepped out of the secret room, he felt 2 gloomy cold qi attacking him from the left and right. Cold light flashed as they stabbed at his vitals. They clearly wanted to kill him. Ling Xiao had endured it before, because the other party did not make a move. However, this time, no matter who attacked, he could not endure it anymore. He smiled coldly. He didn't even have to do anything, and the 2 cultivators who were attacking him died in midair. Outside the cold secret room, only a gloomy shadow flashed by. Too trash at the fourth level of the Enyang realm want to assassinate me? Isn't your Lu clan's first elder looking down on me? Ling Xiao originally wanted to leave immediately. After all, he had already obtained the Tai Chi stone and trapped the heavenly devil worm in the mountain river world. There was no point in him staying here. However, he suddenly did not want to leave now. He already had the intention to kill. At this moment, Lu Lian just happened to walk out of the secret chamber. Her delicate face revealed a bit of surprise. It was obvious that the corpses on the ground had caused her to lose control. She had originally dressed up meticulously for Ling Xiao to see. However, at this moment, he was not in the mood to do so. Young Master Ling, you should leave quickly. I know it's our Lu clan's fault, but you're no match for the Great Elder. You killed his men, so he won't let this go. Lu Lian felt that her heart had been snatched away by this man. There was even a moment when she felt that she could abandon everything for this man. Feelings were really strange and came out of nowhere. It was probably because of that charming treatment. Let's go to the lobby together. Ling Xiao's voice was very gentle. You've already recovered. Of course, we have to let your father know about such good news. Young Master Ling, Lu Lian could not understand how Ling Xiao could be so calm. If I said that I could destroy your Lu clan with just a flip of my hand, would you believe me? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Miss Lu, you're very kind and tenacious. Your future is limitless. Your father is also not bad, so your Lu clan should have a good future. However, that Great Elder is a parasite in your clan. If he doesn't die, your clan will have no future. What do you mean, young Master Ling? It's very simple. I'll help you kill him, and you'll give me a Taiji stone or other treasures of equal value to the Taiji stone. Ling Xiao smiled. I really only have one Taiji stone. However, I do have other treasures of equal value. However, are you really a match for the Great Elder? Lu Lian could not believe it. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to explain. He directly grabbed Lu Lian's waist and carried her. Then he rushed into the lobby at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, in the lobby, Lu Cheng was clearly starting to get anxious. After all, too much time had passed. He had no idea what had happened in the secret chamber. This situation made him very uneasy. Ha! If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Since you're so anxious, why don't we go to the secret chamber together? The Great Elder mocked. Lu Cheng was about to say something when a gust of wind blew in from outside the door. A figure stopped in the middle of the lobby. In his arms was the beautiful Lu Lian, who was dressed gorgeously and had a delicate appearance. This scene made Sun Wuji's eyes pop out of their sockets. Even Lu Cheng's expression did not look good. His daughter had never been touched by another man. Now, she was in the arms of a stranger. How could his expression be good? Young Master Ling, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Lu Cheng suppressed his anger and asked, Father, don't be angry. I've just recovered, and my body is still a little weak. That's why young Master Ling carried me here. He didn't do anything out of line. Lu Lian hurriedly explained. Women of the pugilistic world were not like ordinary women. Under special circumstances, being carried would not be a big problem. What? When Lu Cheng heard this, he was completely stunned and could not react for a long time. Father, are you listening to me? At this moment, Ling Xiao had already placed Lu Lian on the ground. Lu Lian walked closer to Lu Cheng and said something. Only then did Lu Cheng wake up from his shock. My dear daughter, did you just say that the heavenly demonic parasite in your body was expelled Lu Cheng asked again, thinking that he had heard wrongly. The three elders were completely stunned and could not believe it. Until now, they had not recovered from their shock. Even Xiao Budian, one of the 7 minor saints, could not get rid of the heavenly demonic parasite. But it was actually done by this unknown kid. Lu Cheng hurriedly placed his hand on Lu Lian's hand and injected his origin energy into it. After a moment, his face revealed an overjoyed expression. It was actually true. At this moment, other than being a little weak, the heavenly demonic parasite in Lu Lian's body was naturally gone. There was not even a trace of demonic qi left. This was simply a miracle. The most shocking thing was that the cultivation that was originally devoured by the heavenly demonic parasite was actually released at this moment. He could feel that his daughter's cultivation was constantly rising even if she was not cultivating. This was really too miraculous. How did he do it? Great kindness cannot be thanked with words. If young Hero Ling has any needs, just say the word. I, Lu Cheng, will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Lu Cheng could be considered a truly considerate father of his daughter. He did not ask how Ling Xiao did it, because he was very clear that this kind of otherworldly expert had a strange temper. It was not good to offend the other party. Anyway, his daughter had already recovered, and her cultivation was also in the process of recovering. What was there to be dissatisfied about? However, although he was very satisfied, there were others who were very dissatisfied. At this moment, First Elder had already recovered from his shock. He coldly glanced at Ling Xiao and suddenly sneered. Good boy, now you've achieved your goal, right? Chapter 1698. Grand Elder, what do you mean by this? Lu Lian asked in confusion. You don't understand? This brat must have colluded with the heavenly demon cult and poisoned you. Then he came to get rid of the poison. He clearly has ulterior motives. The Grand Elder threw a bucket of sh*T onto Ling Xiao. He said coldly, otherwise, how do you explain that he could solve a problem that even Xiao Budian, one of the 7 minor saints, couldn't solve? You are simply unreasonable, Ling Xiao said coldly. The 2 people who ambushed me outside the secret room were arranged by you, weren't they? He didn't come here to ask for a reward. He had already gotten what he wanted. Now, he was here to find trouble with the Grand Elder. However, before killing this old thing, there were some things that he had to make clear. That's right. I sent them. So what? You have ulterior motives. For Lu Lian's safety, I naturally have to be on guard. Where are they? The Grand Elder was clearly questioning him. Dead, Ling Xiao said indifferently. What? You dare to kill the Lu family's martial artists in the Lu family? Lu Cheng, you heard it too. Now, you still want to stop me from killing him? The Great Elder was really the one who complained first. Haha, if I don't kill them, should I wait for them to kill me? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Lu Cheng wanted to say something, but stopped. His daughter had already recovered, so there was nothing that he needed to ask of Ling Xiao. Therefore, although he wouldn't blame Ling Xiao, he didn't intend to protect him either. This made Ling Xiao's heart cold. Although this person loved his daughter, he was also a petty and ungrateful person. Father, young Master Ling is my savior. Are you going to watch as the Grand Elder harm him? Lu Lian's attitude was very clear. She stood in front of Ling Xiao. She wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Ling Xiao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the face to continue living. Miss Lu, please step aside. Ling Xiao's voice abruptly turned cold, causing Lu Lian's heart to tremble violently, feeling somewhat desolate. However, Ling Xiao had to do this. He could not let Lu Lian become the enemy of the entire Lu clan for him. Therefore, after he killed the chief patriarch, he would leave and no longer have anything to do with the Lu family. He would pretend that he had never met them. Sun Wuji, kill him. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Sun Wuji and ordered. When Sun Wuji heard Ling Xiao's order, he froze. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was originally standing behind the great elder. At this moment, he suddenly drew his sword and pierced through the great elder's heart. Although the great elder didn't die, he was seriously injured. He furiously turned around and sent Sun Wuji flying with a palm strike. However, as Sun Wuji flew out, the force of the sword had already destroyed the great elder's heart. Even a Yin-Yang realm martial artist would die without a heart under normal circumstances. The great elder quickly collapsed to the ground. He looked at Sun Wuji, who had been killed by his palm strike, in horror. He didn't understand. The plan that he had painstakingly devised had failed so easily. Why did Sun Wuji listen to that brat? He didn't understand at all. When he died, he was a muddle-headed ghost. This scene happened so quickly that Lu Cheng and the other two elders couldn't react in time. Lu Lian also didn't understand what was going on. Then she heard Ling Xiao say, "Miss Lu, we'll meet again at the White Tiger Summit. The goo poison in your body has been removed. I believe that you can recover your former cultivation in about 10 days. If we meet again at the White Tiger Summit, don't show mercy." After saying that, Ling Xiao turned around and left. "Stop. How can we let you leave so easily after killing the great elder?" The second elder and the third elder quickly rushed out and tried to block Ling Xiao's path. "I'll kill whoever dares to stop him." Lu Lian suddenly rushed out and stared coldly at the two elders. She said coldly, "Although my cultivation hasn't fully recovered, killing the two of you is a piece of cake." Her aura was much stronger than before, and it exuded a murderous aura. "But he killed the great elder." The two elders said, "So what if he killed him?" "The great elder deserved to die. He attacked my savior. Even if he didn't kill him, I would have killed him. Since when did our Lu family become such an ungrateful family?" After recovering a lot of her cultivation, Lu Lian became more confident in her words. The delicate and easy-to-bully girl now had a real domineering aura. "Elders, let's stop. Let young Master Ling leave." Lu Cheng still favored his daughter more. Moreover, he felt that Ling Xiao was not a simple person and didn't want to offend him. Lu Lian heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the second elder and the third elder had given up. Although her aura was strong, it was just a facade. With her cultivation, it was impossible for her to recover so quickly. It was just that her aura had recovered to its former strength. Lu Lian turned to look at Ling Xiao, but found that Ling Xiao's figure had already disappeared. If Ling Xiao wanted to leave, who in the Lu family could stop him? She hurried out the door. No matter what, there were some things that she had to say. Moreover, she hadn't given Ling Xiao the reward she promised. Lu Lian chased out of the door, but she still couldn't see Ling Xiao. Her eyes became blurry. "Do you really hate me that much? You won't even let me say a word of thanks." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly felt her body become light. She was pulled up. Ling Xiao didn't leave. Instead, he stood on the roof. He just didn't want to see the faces of the rest of the Lu family. Lu Lian was still a good person. "You didn't leave?" Lu Lian looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. "Why should I leave? I didn't even get the reward." Ling Xiao said with a smile, "By the way, I promised you that I would give you another treasure of the Lu family." Lu Lian suddenly became shy. "Another treasure?" "Yes, the Lu family has another treasure other than the Taiji stone." "That's great. As long as you're willing to give it to me, I'm naturally willing to accept it," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Really?" Lu Lian asked. "Of course. Is there anyone who doesn't like treasures? Ling Xiao didn't quite understand why Lu Lian would ask this. Lu Lian smiled sweetly and said, "All right, a man of his word can't be taken back. Don't go back on your word." Hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly had a very bad premonition. The other treasure of our Lu family is naturally me. You dare to take it? After Lu Lian said this, her entire body turned red, like a blooming red rose. How can I take this? Ling Xiao was stunned. Why can't I take it? If you take me, Sun Wushuang will definitely look down on me. After all, those people value reputation very much. Why would they like a broken shoe like me? The more Lu Lian spoke, the more confident she became. Her blushing face gradually returned to normal. It seemed that she had really made up her mind. Chapter 16, 99. I'm only 17. Ling Xiao avoided the topic. Even though he was usually handsome, he was still inexperienced when it came to women. How could he stand being seduced by a beautiful girl? So what if you're 17? On the White Tiger continent, there are plenty of people who get married and have children at the age of 16. Lu Lian bit her lips and said, "Unless you look down on me and dislike me, I already have a woman I like." Ling Xiao said straightforwardly, "I don't care." Lu Lian shook her head. She was very decisive and did not hesitate at all. It was as if she had already made up her mind. "But I care." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, just as Lu Lian was about to say something, there was a sudden commotion below. "Oh no, Sun Clan's Sun Wushuang has brought people here. I'm afraid they're going to forcefully take young Miss away." Hearing this, Lu Lian frowned. Then she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "If you're not willing, then I can only die today to prove my sincerity. In any case, I won't give myself to that Sun Wushuang no matter what." Lu Lian jumped down from the roof and arrived at the courtyard. At this moment, Lu Cheng and the two elders just happened to rush out. "Lian, you've caught up with young Master Ling?" Lu Cheng asked. Lu Lian nodded. She seemed to be at a loss. "Sai, my good daughter, if he wants to leave, then let him leave. It's impossible between you and him." Lu Cheng sighed and said, "Even if you really like him, if you get together with him, you'll be harming him instead. Can he be stronger than Sun Wushuang? He's weaker than Sun Wushuang, and even caused the death of Sun Wushuang's younger brother, Sun Wuji. Can he live? It's not that I don't like young Master Ling, but the reality is too cruel. It's not up to us." Hearing this, Lu Lian's eyes gradually became clear. She was no longer in a daze. Yes, just like what her father said, Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although he had a strange ability, the huge gap between their cultivations could not be closed by that strange power. It turned out that he had almost harmed Ling Xiao. "You rejected me because you're afraid of Sun Wushuang, right?" Lu Lian raised her head to look at the sky and said disappointedly. This sentence made Ling Xiao, who was about to leave, stay. What a joke! Would he, Ling Xiao, be afraid of a martial artist at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm? At this moment, the Lu family's gate had become lively. Sun Wushuang brought people to the Lu family, which caused the whole street to boil. The Sun family was extremely powerful and could definitely be considered a big family in Sky Sea City. Among the younger generation, a total of 4 people had entered the list of candidates for the White Tiger Tempest meet. Sun Wuji, Sun Wushuang, Sun Yuanji, Sun Little Magic Beast. Among the 4 of them, Sun Wuji was the weakest and had already been killed by Ling Xiao. 1 level higher than Sun Wushuang was the person who had set his sights on Lu Lian. Sun Yuanji was the half-brother of the 2 above, and he was even stronger. However, the most terrifying of them all was none other than Sun Shao. He was one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. He was one of the 7 little saints of the heavenly ocean. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. He was also the Sun family's biggest backer. He was a wild child that the Sun family picked up from the outside. It was said that he was raised by a demonic beast until he was 7 months old, which was why he was named Sun Shao. What a pity! If Lu Lian wasn't poisoned, her talent would be on par with Sun Shao. That's right, but there are no ifs in this world. She's just a small martial artist at the first level of the Yinyang realm, but she's stalling for time and refusing to marry Sun Wushuang. This time, Sun Wushuang must have been forced into a corner. This Sun Wushuang is also very unreasonable. He doesn't give the Lu family any face. So what if he doesn't give face? Who asked the Sun family to be so powerful? Who asked Sun Wushuang to have a good brother, Sun Shao? Moreover, the Lu family is just a big family. The Sun family is a prominent family. They're already giving face by being willing to marry Lu Lian as a concubine. That girl doesn't know what's good for her. Although there were some in the crowd who sympathized with Lu Lian, most of them felt that there was nothing wrong with what the Sun family did. In this mystic world where the strong preyed on the weak, strength and influence were the only criteria. If you were strong enough, you could surpass the rules and do what you wanted to do. Even if the Sun family really destroyed the Lu family, no one would care. This was the cruel reality. Ling Xiao sat on the roof and stared coldly at these people's discussion. His eyes were cold. Although he rejected Lu Lian's good intentions of marrying him, his good impression of this girl was not fake. Since he didn't leave, he would just observe the situation. When Sun Wushuang brought a group of martial artists from the Sun family to the Lu family, the 2 elders couldn't wait to welcome them. Young Master Wushuang is in good health. They really looked like the 2 servants of the Sun family. Good health, good health. Sun Wushuang waved his hand casually. Then he looked at Lu Cheng, who was standing behind him, and said, "Father-in-law, I'm here to marry Lu Lian. I've specially prepared a generous gift." After he finished speaking, people carried out boxes of things and opened them. Spirit stones, precious herbs, pills, magic treasures, talismans, and all kinds of rare materials. There were hundreds of boxes full. They were priceless. The onlookers were jealous. They thought that it would be great if Sun Wushuang took a fancy to their daughter. However, Lu Cheng didn't care about these things. His Lu family was a large family. They had these things. He couldn't really sell his daughter. Moreover, he was a father who loved his daughter very much. Young Master Wushuang, why don't you rest in the hall first? There are some things I need to report to you. The 2nd elder lowered his voice and said, at this time, the 2 corpses in the hall hadn't been dealt with yet. The 2nd elder clearly wanted to tell Sun Wushuang about Sun Wuji's death, and then let Sun Wushuang take revenge for the 1st elder. Rest for what? As long as Lu Lian agrees, I can marry her and bring her back to the Sun family. She's my cousin. We can be considered relatives. Why do we have so many rules? Sun Wushuang waved his hand. The 2nd elder had no choice but to simply explain the matter in Sun Wushuang's ear. What? Sun Wushuang was furious when he heard this. Sun Wuji was his younger brother. He was also one of the Sun family's 4 candidates to participate in the White Tiger meet. How could he be killed? Who did it? Sun Wushuang asked coldly. A boy with the surname Ling. He lives in the Yingjia Pavilion and is familiar with Ji Luyu. The 2nd elder hurriedly replied. Ling Xiao. Sun Wushuang was a member of the Sun family. Of course, he knew who lived in the Yingjia Pavilion. When he heard the 2nd elder's words, he immediately remembered. Yes, yes, yes. It's Ling Xiao. Not only did he kill Sun Wuji, but he also killed the first elder. This is a heinous crime. The third elder also came over and said, Second elder, third elder, you really know how to talk nonsense. Wasn't it Sun Wuji who killed the first elder? Sun Wuji was killed by the first elder's counterattack. How is Brother Ling involved? The way Lu Lian addressed Ling Xiao changed 3 times in a day. This showed that her feelings for Ling Xiao had deepened. Chapter 1700. Lu Lian changed the way she addressed Ling Xiao 3 times a day. Now, she even called him Big Brother Ling. This made Ling Xiao, who was standing on the roof, feel a little helpless. He could feel the girl's passion, but unfortunately, his heart was on the Moon Lady. The rest of the time, other than cultivation, it was cultivation. It was impossible for him to accept Lu Lian. Is that really the case? Sun Wushuang asked coldly. Young Master Wushuang, don't listen to that girl's nonsense. That Ling guy helped her break the heavenly devil insect goo. That's why she's protecting that Ling Xiao. Second elder said again. The heavenly devil insect goo was broken. Sun Wushuang's figure suddenly flashed as he tried to get closer to Lu Lian. However, he was stopped halfway by Lu Cheng. Young Master Wushuang, please conduct yourself with dignity. Lu Cheng said coldly. Lu Cheng, calling you father-in-law is giving you face. Do you really think you're wearing a hat? Let me tell you today, immediately dress your daughter up and leave with me. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Lu family. Sun Wushuang revealed his killing intent as he looked coldly at Lu Cheng. He did not care about this future father-in-law at all. His cultivation was not inferior to Lu Cheng's, not to mention his brother's son Yuanji and his brother's son Little Magical Beast. It was easy to destroy the Lu family. Sun Wushuang, don't go overboard. Lu Cheng was so angry that his body trembled. Overboard? My brother's son Wuji died in your Lu family. Moreover, his death was unclear. Not only are you protecting the murderer, you're also trying to break off the marriage. Even if I destroy your Lu family, it'll be reasonable in front of the emperor. Sun Wushuang said coldly, I suddenly thought of a good idea. He suddenly smiled and said, Go to the outstanding building immediately and capture that Ling Xiao. I'll only give you half an hour. After that, for every minute that passes, I'll kill 1 person from your Lu family. I'll go with you. Is that okay? Lu Lian did not want to see her father being forced like this. She also did not want to see her father and Ling Xiao become enemies. Therefore, she stood up. I can marry you now. You can do whatever you want. I'll accept it. An expression of despair appeared on Lu Lian's face, but there was determination in her eyes. Lian, you're crazy. Lu Cheng shouted. Your goo poison has been removed. You have a bright future ahead of you. Go back to your master. She will protect you. No, father, I can't just watch as the Lu clan is destroyed. Lu Lian shook her head and looked at Sun Wushuang again. Let's go, Sun Wushuang. Have you caused enough trouble? What's the use of saying these words? Even if you don't come with me today, I will still force you, so whatever you say is useless. On the contrary, your words make me very unhappy. You are actually willing to sell yourself in order to protect that Ling Xiao. I'm so jealous. Very unhappy. Lu Cheng, what are you waiting for? Do you really want me to start a massacre? Sun Wushuang sneered. Suddenly, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He suddenly attacked and killed a warrior of the Lu family nearby. That martial artist didn't even have the chance to struggle before he died. Seeing this scene, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. This Sun Wushuang was too rude and unreasonable. Not only did he forcefully snatch someone else's daughter, but he also wanted to kill everyone in the Liu family. This was simply bullying to the extreme. On the Liu family's side, there were already many martial artists who knelt down to Sun Wushuang. Young Master Wushuang, we are willing to submit to the Sun family. Please spare our lives. Other than those who were especially loyal, who else would be willing to give up their lives like this? What does my Sun family need trash like you for? Sun Wushuang coldly glanced at those people, then looked at the few martial artists who didn't kneel down to beg for mercy. Instead, they were eyeing him covetously. He smiled and said, "You people are not bad. If you are willing to submit, I can spare your lives." Sun Wushuang, even a rabbit bites when cornered. It's best to leave a way out for yourself. Don't go too far. Otherwise, our Liu family won't let you have an easy time. As the family head, how could Liu Cheng not have any hatred when his family was humiliated like this? The current him was simply about to explode from anger. The other party was really too much of a bully. Hoo-hoo, so what if this young master bullies people intolerably? So what if I'm unreasonable? Your Liu family killed my younger brother and even attempted to harbor the murderer. This young master gave you a chance to let you atone for your crimes. It's already giving a lot of face. It's you who didn't know how to cherish it. Sun Wushuang chuckled coldly and said, "Liu Cheng, don't strut around there anymore. This young master isn't afraid of you. If forced into a corner, I'll even kill you too." He was really unbridled because the Liu family's strongest were Liu Cheng and Head Elder, and these two people were not his, Sun Wushuang's, match. This was the disparity between a large family and a prominent family. Moreover, right now, Second Elder and Third Elder also had the intention of submitting to him. The Liu family's hearts were long scattered. Liu Lian was currently very pained and shocked in her heart. She did not think that Sun Wushuang was actually so rude. She was already willing to sacrifice herself. Not only was the other party unwilling, he even wanted her father to go kill Ling Xiao. Furthermore, he only gave half an hour's time. She originally wanted to avoid this tragedy. In the end, she discovered how powerless she was. She really couldn't do anything about shameless people. "Young Master Wushuang, let's go kill that Ling Xiao." After all, Second Elder and Third Elder were members of the Liu family. Although the two of them wholeheartedly wanted to avenge Head Elder, they could not watch the Liu family be destroyed without doing anything. "You guys can't. I want that old thing Liu Cheng. Hee. This Sun Wushuang was really cunning. He wanted Liu Cheng to kill Liu Lian's savior. This was completely to ruin Liu Cheng's reputation. Liu Cheng could neither agree nor disagree. He was simply caught in a dilemma. What if I refuse? Liu Cheng took a deep breath and asked, "Then kill." When Sun Wushuang's voice fell, another scream was heard. Another martial artist of the Liu family was killed. This Sun Wushuang was really strong, and most of the Liu family's martial artists were too weak. They could not even withstand a single blow. In the crowd, most of the martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. This Sun Wushuang really killed without any hesitation. As expected of a prominent family, he did not put the large families in his eyes at all. If it was an ordinary person, wouldn't it be even worse? "Stop," Liu Lian said angrily. Then she jumped and attacked Sun Wushuang. "If you want to kill, kill me. They are innocent." Liu Lian had been very gentle since she was young. Therefore, many people in the family loved and cared for her. She was also very concerned about those servants. Now that two people had died because of her, how could she just sit by and do nothing, go to the side and wait? Sun Wushuang threw a punch across the air. Liu Lian was directly sent flying into the crowd. Her body was weak and she spat out blood. She was already caught by the Sun family's martial artists. Although the goo poison has been expelled, your cultivation is still hard to recover in a short time. Hee, very good. You are willing to die for a group of servants. You are really noble. Sun Wuxuang sneered. Chapter 17:01. Just as Sun Wuxuang was speaking, a gust of cold wind suddenly attacked him. His mind shook, and he hurriedly dodged, but the cold wind chased after him again like maggots in a tarsal bone. Lu Cheng, you really dare to attack? Nonsense! You hurt my daughter, I'll take your dog life. This Lu Cheng was definitely a father who cared about his daughter to the extreme. 2 people from the Lu family died, but he didn't do anything. When his daughter was injured, he suddenly went berserk. His eyes were blood red, clearly disregarding everything and planning to go all out. Sun Wuxuang was continuously chased by Lu Cheng and was really at a disadvantage for a while. The two's cultivation was similar. Lu Cheng had more experience, while Sun Wuxuang's battle strength was slightly stronger. But the problem was that Lu Cheng suddenly attacked, while Sun Wuxuang was passively defending. He was forced to the point that he couldn't attack, so this situation occurred. What are you 2 old things looking at? If you don't help, I'll kill you both after I escape. Sun Wuxuang suddenly roared at second elder and third elder. The 2 were stunned for a moment, then they clenched their teeth and actually attacked Lu Cheng. They didn't want to offend the Sun family. Otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to keep their lives. Under the joint attack of the 3, Lu Cheng was finally pushed back and fell to the ground, heavily injured. I beg you, save my father. Lu Lian suddenly shouted loudly. Even when she was in danger, she didn't think of involving Ling Xiao. But she only had one father. She couldn't just watch as her father was killed. So she finally shouted hysterically. Sun Wuxuang was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Lu Lian. He didn't understand why Lu Lian suddenly went crazy. Second elder, third elder, and even Lu Cheng were confused. Could it be that Lu Lian's master came? How is the reward? A cold voice sounded, as if it came from all directions. No one could tell which direction it came from. My Lu family not only has a Taiji stone, but also a 10,000 ghost banner. You took the Taiji stone. So the 10,000 ghost banner is your reward for saving my father. 10,000 ghost banner? Ling Xiao smiled slightly. This was a type of magic treasure that could absorb ghosts. For Lung Mei, it could not be more suitable. If Cold Plum had the 10,000 ghosts banner, her cultivation speed would increase by leaps and bounds. She might even be able to catch up to him. That child had worked so hard to follow him and was always at his beck and call. He should reward him. Moreover, the stronger Cold Plum was, the more help she would be to him. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the courtyard. Many people couldn't see anything for a moment. He waited for the gale to dissipate. Everyone was surprised to find that Lu Lian and Lu Cheng were both standing behind a young man. This young man was naturally Ling Xiao. In fact, he had long wanted to save them, but he was afraid that Lu Lian would pester him. It was only when Lu Lian mentioned the 10,000 ghost banner that he found an excuse to make a move. Lu Cheng's performance was not bad. In the end, he did not agree to Sun Wuxuang's request to kill him. Just based on this point alone, he would not refuse to save this old man. I'm sorry, Big Brother Ling. I still put you in danger in the end. Lu Lian had always felt that Ling Xiao was hiding his strength, which was why she asked Ling Xiao to save her father. However, she was also worried that even if he was hiding his strength, Ling Xiao would not be a match for Sun Wuxuang. He would not be a match for Sun Yuanji or Sun Little Magic Beast. She had selfishly dragged Ling Xiao into this. I'm not willing to help. It's useless for you to shout. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Moreover, didn't you say that your family's 10,000 ghost banner is mine? Big brother Ling, you're really, really a good person. Lu Lian was extremely moved. You didn't even consider whether the 10,000 ghost banner really existed. You just wanted to find an excuse to help, right? Good person? This is the first time someone said that to me. Hee hee. Ling Xiao smiled. This feeling was really strange. He, Ling Xiao, had roamed the mystic world for a few years. There were people who called him a hero, a demon, and a heavenly emperor. There were even people who said that he was an executioner and a madman. However, no one said that he was a good person. Who are you? You dare to interfere with our Sun family's matters? Sun Wushuang could be considered to have some eyesight. Although his eyes revealed a cold killing intent after seeing Ling Zhao's movement technique, he did not directly make a move. Young Master Wushuang, this guy is Ling Xiao. He's the one who killed young Master Wuji and Great Elder. Furthermore, this guy actually dared to stay in the same room with Lu Lian for 2 hours. This was simply not putting young Master Wushuang in his eyes. He clearly knows that Lu Lian is your fiancé. The second elder hurriedly tried to curry favor. That's right. It's this guy. If not for him, that old thing, Lu Cheng, would not be so stubborn. The third elder also said, the two of you are really unworthy of being elders of the Lu family. Now that the Lu family is in danger, not only did you collude with the enemy to attack me, but you also spoke without thinking and insulted Lu Lian's reputation. If I, Lu Cheng, have the chance, I will definitely kill you. Lu Cheng used to think that although he and the 3 elders had different opinions, they were still from the same family. At the very least, their attitude towards foreign enemies could be the same. Chapter 17:03. Annihilate the Sun family. This time, not only was Lu Lian shocked, but the crowd also felt that there was something wrong with this young man's head. That was the Sun family. Although the Sun family of Sky Sea City was not one of the top families, it was still a prestigious family. It would not be a problem for them to be ranked in the top 20. You want to annihilate them just because you said so? How dare you boast? Before Lu Lian could make way, Ling Xiao stepped forward lightly. His body moved swiftly, and he was once again standing face to face with Sun Wushuang. The two of them were only a few meters apart. Facing Sun Wushuang's terrifying killing intent, he still had a calm smile on his face. You just said that you want to annihilate the Sun family? Sun Wushuang did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. Yes, what's wrong? Ling Xiao said calmly. What's wrong? Ha ha ha, so you're an idiot. Sun Wushuang was too lazy to explain. His Sun family of Sky Sea City was not only one of the top 20 families in the Sky Sea Empire, but they also had close ties with the imperial family. Annihilate them? That would be going against the imperial family. Idiot! Ling Xiao smiled faintly. To be honest, you're really unlucky today. If you didn't insist on killing me, you might be able to keep your life. But you just had to drag me down with you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke, Ling Xiao walked forward slowly with a calm smile on his face. It was as if he was mocking his opponent for being an ignorant fool. Sun Wushuang frowned. He really did not understand. What confidence did a 4th-level yin-yang martial artist have to be so arrogant in front of him? How could he still smile? If he was not an idiot, he would not believe it. Although I really have nothing to do with Miss Lu, I'm still unhappy that I'm being called worthless. A piece of trash like you is really not worthy of such a kind Miss Lu. Ling Xiao shrugged. How dare you call me a piece of trash? Fine, then I'll really turn you into a piece of trash. A piece of trash who can't speak anymore. At this moment, Sun Wushuang no longer had any scruples. Ling Xiao had completely angered him. He raised his palms. As he circulated the power of the goo poison in his body, the green color on his palms became even more intense. The air was filled with a pungent stench. Many of the surrounding martial artists had no choice but to circulate their internal energy and hold their breaths, afraid that they would be poisoned. A few pitiful flies flew past and fell to the ground, dead. The closer he got to Sun Wushuang, the more dangerous it was. This 10,000 goo poison palm was truly terrifying. Within the force, there were countless goo worms that were hard to see with the naked eye. It was truly terrifying. This 10,000 venomous poison palm is a palm technique that allows the weak to defeat the strong. The poison is so terrifying that even warriors with higher cultivation than young Master Wushuang would not dare to face it head-on. He's dead for sure. That's right. His cultivation is not as good as young Master Wushuang's. Instead of running away, he continues to walk forward. He's courting death. Rumor has it that cultivators who die under the 10,000 goo poison palm have their bodies rotting away. Their condition is extremely miserable. I have never seen it before. Today, I am fortunate enough to see it for myself. The crowd discussed animatedly. They were all shocked by Sun Wushuang's 10,000 goo poison palm. As for Ling Xiao, they really did not see anything special about him. Because up until now, Ling Xiao had not shown any signs of being powerful, causing people to not have any confidence in him. Basically, everyone felt that he was dead for sure. Sun Wushuang thought so too. Die in the torment of pain. These goo worms will teach you how to be a ghost in the future. Don't be so stupid when you reach the netherworld. Sun Wushuang sneered. As he spoke, both his palms had already blasted out. The horrifying poisonous palm spread out in the sky, erupting into a strange poisonous cloud. The air was also dyed green. Because of it, the pungent smell became even more intense. It's still not certain who will die. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. A heavenly demon suddenly appeared behind him. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was extremely hideous. After that, a black aura coiled around Ling Xiao's arms and rapidly condensed on his fists. The crowd felt an extremely intense killing intent and chill in that instant. Their bodies trembled. Boom! 2 fists and 2 palms collided. The green and black forces tore and devoured each other. Both sides were actually evenly matched in this collision. This made the crowd cry out in surprise. The second elder and the third elder were even dumbfounded. However, before their surprise began, Ling Xiao sneered. The black, heavenly demon behind him rapidly merged into his body. Heavenly demon incarnation. Heavenly demon fist. It was the same heavenly demon fist. Under the heavenly demon incarnation, the power of the heavenly demon fist increased explosively. Sun Wushuang also circulated his internal energy and blasted out an even stronger 10,000 goo poison palm again in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. However, after another collision, the horrifying heavenly demon demonic chi actually captured countless goo worms instantly. Those goo worms' eyes turned red. They actually flowed backward and coiled around Sun Wushuang's arms. The 10,000 goo poison palm was originally used to attack the opponent. At this moment, it backfired on its owner. A shrill scream came out of Sun Wushuang's mouth. His face was extremely horrified. He retreated rapidly and vented his anger on a few of his family's martial artists. Only then did he transfer the goo worms on his arms away. However, at this moment, his arms were basically crippled. His meridians were basically crippled from being bitten by the goo worms. Waves of excruciating pain continued to attack him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could Sun Wushuang believe that not only did his domineering 10,000 goo poison palm not injure Ling Xiao, but it was countered by Ling Xiao and backfired on him? This kind of thing had never happened before. One had to know that the goo worms that their Sun family members used to cultivate the 10,000 goo poison palm were nurtured by the heavenly demon demonic qi. Unless it was a true heavenly demon, it was absolutely impossible to affect these goo worms. Could it be that Ling Xiao was a true heavenly demon? He stared blankly at the horrifying and sinister face in front of him. His heart kept trembling nonstop. He seemed to understand a little now why Ling Xiao could help Lu Lian get rid of the goo worms. Even if this fellow was not a heavenly demon, he must be possessed by a heavenly demon. What shocked him the most was that Ling Xiao's fist force was on par with his, for the first time when he was only at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The second time, he was even stronger than him. How did he do it? He was shocked, but the crowd was even more shocked. The first collision was already shocking enough, but this second time, Ling Xiao actually crippled both of Sun Wushuang's arms with a single punch. This was completely different from what they had imagined. What was going on? Was young Master Wushuang not in his best condition today? Ha ha ha, young Master Wushuang, is this how you prove that you're stronger than me? The sinister heavenly demon avatar sneered. The huge body stepped forward. Those who dared to stop him were immediately entangled by the black aura. Their bodies withered and died. So what if he crippled Sun Wushuang's arms? Ling Xiao's goal was to kill him. Chapter 1704. The thick black aura became even more terrifying. Ling Xiao instantly arrived in front of Sun Wushuang. The huge hand grabbed Sun Wushuang, just like a person grabbing a struggling bird. Being grabbed by Ling Xiao, Sun Wushuang's face was pale, and his heart was filled with fear. The Ling Xiao in front of him was completely different from the Ling Xiao who was indifferent and didn't have the slightest domineering aura. The current Ling Xiao was simply like a demonic god descending to the mortal world, terrifying to the extreme. Let me go. Quickly let me go. Otherwise, my Sun family won't let you go. Sun Wushuang struggled with all his might while shouting loudly, "At this very moment, you actually dare to use such words to threaten me? Trash, you think you're worthy of Miss Lu Lian?" Ling Zhao's hand gradually tightened. Shrill screams continuously sounded in the Lu family's courtyard. The frightened second elder and third elder saw this situation and wanted to turn around and escape. However, the Lu family had already blocked their escape route under Lu Cheng's lead. Both sides started to fight, and the scene became chaotic. However, the attention of the crowd outside was completely focused on Ling Zhao's palm. As long as the huge demonic palm used a bit more strength, the dignified young Master Wushuang would be crushed. I said before that you shouldn't have provoked me. If you didn't provoke me, I wouldn't have bothered to interfere with the matters between your Sun family and the Lu family. However, you don't know the difference between life and death, so don't blame me. Ling Zhao's voice was cold and emotionless. It was filled with killing intent. Let go of our young master. The Sun family's martial artists who followed finally reacted. If they allowed Sun Wushuang to be killed by Ling Xiao, then when they returned, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Facing Ling Xiao, although they were frightened, they had no choice but to bite the bullet. The group of people used all kinds of martial skills to charge at Ling Xiao. However, the result was like an egg hitting a rock. Ling Xiao didn't even make a move. The black aura was released, and the dozen people were all sent flying. They fell to the ground and screamed, "If you want to take my life, then don't do it." I'm only going to kill Sun Wushuang. It has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Ling Xiao sneered cruelly. Only now did the crowd realize that Sun Wushuang was cruel and tyrannical. This Ling Xiao was even worse than Sun Wushuang. This fellow was indeed worthy of being the celestial emperor of the Celestial Empire. He truly had the domineering aura of a celestial emperor. Friend, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. There's no need to be so ruthless. Suddenly, a person jumped out from the crowd. He was wearing a bright yellow battle robe with a crocodile embroidered on it. This color and pattern could only be worn by members of the royal family. Scram! In the face of this imperial martial artist who had suddenly jumped out, Ling Xiao only said one word. The crowd was shocked. This celestial emperor was too overbearing and arrogant. That was a martial artist of the imperial family. Furthermore, it was obvious that he had the bloodline of the royal family. He actually dared to ask him to scram? Is this fellow really only at the 4th level of the yin-yang stage? The terrifying heavenly demon battle intent and heavenly demon incarnation were like the descent of a demon god. They were terrifying, domineering, and ruthless. At this moment, Lu Cheng, Lu Lian, and the other members of the Lu family who were fighting were even more shocked. They thought that Ling Xiao was weaker than Sun Wushuang, but he had easily subdued Sun Wushuang in a few moves. Even Lu Cheng could not compare to him in terms of strength. The first elder said that Ling Xiao was not worthy of Lu Lian. However, it seemed like Lu Lian could not keep up with Ling Xiao's pace. No wonder even Ji Luyu was willing to be his friend. This fellow is definitely hiding his strength. This had become everyone's common thought. They could not see through Ling Xiao's cultivation, so they assumed that Ling Xiao's cultivation was between the peak of the 7th level of the yin-yang stage and the early stage of the 8th level of the yin-yang stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to defeat Sun Wushuang so easily. Moreover, he dared to tell the imperial martial artist to scram when he was persuaded by the latter stage of the 7th level of the yin-yang stage. The 2nd elder and 3rd elder were even more terrified. They only wanted to escape now and did not have the heart to continue fighting. However, the Lu family's martial artists did not care about the danger and kept attacking. As a result, the two of them could not break out of the encirclement no matter what. As Lu Cheng recovered from his injuries and his strength recovered, it would be even more difficult for them to escape. "Stop!" Sun Wushuang suddenly shouted in fear. "I can give you that woman if you want. I'll give you anything you want. Let me go. I only want to keep my life." Finally, under the threat of death that Ling Xiao brought to him, his mentality collapsed. At this moment, he did not expect Ling Xiao to let him go because he was afraid of the Sun family. This Ling Xiao was just as the rumors said. He was a complete madman. Now you're not using Sun Yuanji and Little Devil Sun to pressure me? Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. The strength in his hands increased again. To be honest, I've never heard of them. Ah! An even more shrill scream sounded. Sun Wushuang's body was almost squashed flat. "Let him go, or I'll attack." The imperial martial artist pulled out a long sword and pointed the cold blade at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with humiliation and anger. He was an imperial martial artist, a member of the Sky Sea race. Even martial artists with higher cultivation than him had to give him face. However, the Ling Xiao before him did not take him seriously at all. This was humiliation. Intense humiliation. He felt that he was being laughed at by the crowd, like a fool. If you don't have the ability of Sky Sea tyranny, I advise you not to attack. Otherwise, your ending won't be better than his. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Do the martial artists of the Sky Sea Empire have no self-awareness? Do you dare to meddle in other people's business? How dare you? Do you dare to kill me? I'm an imperial. Before he could finish his words, a black shadow suddenly attacked him. The imperial martial artist did not have time to react. He was sent flying and crashed heavily into the courtyard wall. He vomited blood and was heavily injured. So annoying. Imperial family, I understand what you're saying. You don't need to say it so many times. Disappear right now. Otherwise, the next attack will kill you. Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded in the imperial martial artist's ears. That guy no longer had the domineering aura from before. He crawled up from the ground and ran away while crying. Just you wait. As if he felt safe, he cried out and continued to run for his life. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully and did not care. That kind of trash could not pose any threat to him. If he wanted to kill him, he could cripple him at any time. Now it's your turn. Ling Xiao looked at Sun Wushuang in his hand and sneered. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Do you know that my elder brother, Sun Yuanji, is a peak Yin-Yang realm level 8 martial artist? My younger brother, Little Magical Beast Son, is an Yin-Yang realm level 9 martial artist. If you dare to kill me, you're courting death. Sun Wushuang screamed helplessly. Chapter 1705. Sun Wushuang originally hoped that the royal martial artist would be able to deter Ling Xiao. But in the end, he suddenly realized that this Ling Xiao was really a complete lunatic. He was simply impervious to everything. No matter what anyone said, it was useless. Once this guy made up his mind, even 10 dragons would not be able to change his mind. So what? Do you think I will be afraid? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. However, I still have to thank you. Now, I finally know the cultivation level of the 7 minor saints. They are probably at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It doesn't seem like a big deal. So, you can really die now. Pooh! With more force, Sun Wushuang couldn't even let out a miserable scream. His entire body was crushed like a mosquito being crushed. He had been killed so easily. You are worse than a pig or a dog. This way of dying is very suitable for you. Ling Xiao removed the heavenly demon transformation and returned to his original appearance. He looked coldly at the mangled corpse on the ground. His gaze was cold and emotionless. How terrifying! How cruel! How crazy! Originally, in the crowd, other than the royal martial artist, there were actually many people who wanted to curry favor with the Sun family and stop Ling Xiao. However, when they saw the end of the royal martial artist, they completely gave up on that idea. When they saw this scene, they felt very fortunate. It was right not to make a move. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to be killed like a mosquito. This celestial emperor was simply overbearing. He would kill anyone who wanted to kill him. He did not give the Sun family any face, not even the royal family. In any case, they had never seen such an arrogant person before. It was really terrifying. As for the Sun family martial artists lying on the ground, they felt like they had a terrible nightmare. If they did not see the corpse of their master, Sun Wushuang, they would not have believed that this was real. Hey, do you guys think that the royal martial artist who just left will inform the Sun family? A voice came from the crowd. He definitely will. Sun Yuanji probably won't come. After all, he is one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the Sky Sea Sacred Academy. He wouldn't even bother to deal with a nameless nobody. However, Sun Yuanji will definitely come. There's going to be a good show now. Sun Yuanji is different from Sun Wushuang. His cultivation is at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and he's ranked in the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire's candidates. Ling Xiao is definitely no match for him. Don't be so full of yourself. Be careful not to get slapped in the face. Ha! A miracle can happen once. Do you think it will happen a second time? The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Most of the martial artists felt that although Ling Xiao was strong, he was absolutely not Sun Yuanji's match. All of you can scram now. Are you waiting for me to kill you one by one? Ling Xiao glanced indifferently at the warriors of the Sun family who followed Sun Wushuang, and said coldly, after killing Sun Wushuang, the main culprit, to him, the massacre was already over. He didn't have any deep enmity with the Sun family, so there was no need to exterminate them. The group of people turned and left. They definitely wouldn't return to the Sun family unless they had a death wish. Then Ling Xiao turned back to look at the other ongoing battle. There were already many corpses lying on the ground. They were all Lu family's martial artists. Although the second and third elders were shameless, they were still strong. In addition, a large number of Lu family's martial artists were fence-sitters. They didn't understand the situation and weren't willing to help either side. In reality, it was Lu Cheng, Lu Lian, and dozens of Lu family's loyal martial artists working together to deal with the second and third elders. Lu Cheng suppressed the second elder by himself. However, the third elder started a massacre. Lu Cheng finally found an opportunity. He raised his hand and slammed it towards the second elder's head. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura came from the Lu family's courtyard. Enough! Killing each other in our own family. What a scandal! When this voice sounded, an old man who was so thin that he was almost skin and bones suddenly appeared. His aura was extremely evil. He was dressed in colorful clothes from head to toe like a madman. He also looked like a monster. Old family head. Lu Cheng hesitated for a moment before retreating. The ongoing battle stopped instantly. Old family head. Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect the Lu family to have such a person. This old man's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. His aura was much stronger than Sun Wushuang's. If he was willing to help, why would he be afraid of Sun Wushuang? However, this old man didn't appear in that situation just now. Instead, he suddenly appeared when Lu Cheng was about to kill the second elder. Ling Xiao guessed that this person was most likely related to the second elder. Father, you're out of seclusion? The second elder was overjoyed. However, Lu Cheng and Lu Lian looked bitter. As expected, Ling Xiao's guess was right. This old man was the second elder's father. Rumor has it that the Lu family was once a prestigious family. However, the family had offended too many people and angered everyone. Therefore, he was besieged and heavily injured. Since then, the Lu family declined and became an unknown small family. After that, the matter of Willow City's revival occurred. There were many well-informed experts in the crowd. These people had nothing better to do, so they liked to gather information. Moreover, this wasn't a secret in the Tianhai Empire. It was normal for them to know about it. Lu Cheng, you've really grown up. Your family's elder was killed, but you didn't deal with it. Instead, you attacked your own family. Where is the logic in this? As soon as the old man appeared, he began to bombard Lu Cheng with questions. Lu Cheng's face was ashen, but he didn't dare to speak. Perhaps because his cultivation was inferior, he could only endure. Old family head, your words are unfair. When the second elder and the third elder joined forces with Sun Wushuang and almost killed my father, where were you? Lu Cheng knew how to endure, but Lu Lian was furious. Of course, his words made sense. The crowd nodded in agreement. That's how it is. Old man, you're being too obvious by taking sides. Slap. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out in the Lu family courtyard. Lu Lian's body was sent flying. However, Lu Lian didn't fall to the ground. Instead, she was caught by Ling Xiao. Seeing Lu Lian's swollen cheeks, his face darkened. He could ignore the other members of the Lu family, but Lu Lian was deeply in love with him. Even if he didn't want to accept her feelings, he couldn't just stand by and watch Lu Lian be bullied. Lowly girl, since when did you have the right to tell your elders what to do? The old man looked coldly at Lu Lian and snorted. If you had been obedient and married Sun Wushuang, you wouldn't have had all this trouble. The Sun family is incomparably powerful. Why can't our Lu family have a big tree backing us? Now that brat killed Sun Wushuang, if the Sun family sends people to seek revenge, which one of you will be a match for the Sun family's Sun Yuanji and Sun Little Magical Beast? Chapter 1706. Father, you're right. Your son also has the same idea. But Lu Cheng's brain was flooded with water. He was actually bewitched by that kid called Ling Xiao and went against the Sun family. The second elder said excitedly, but now there's still a chance to mend our relationship. That is, we can capture that Ling Xiao and send him to the Sun family to apologize. Perhaps we can exchange it for the safety of the Lu family. Hee, this fart is really smelly. Ling Xiao finally couldn't help but say, Old thing, I've always been puzzled about the source of the shamelessness of the two elders of the Lu family. Now I've found the reason. It turns out that it was passed down by a shameless guy like you. When Sun Wushuang massacred the Lu family, what were you doing? Now you dare to hit Lu Lian? Who do you think you are? The Lu family was completely dumbfounded now. The one who defended the Lu family today was actually an outsider. The one who helped them vent their anger was also an outsider. Instead, their old family head and two elders actually blamed the person who attacked them. Kid, you haven't even grown your hair yet. What do you know? Sun Yuanji and Sun Xiao are powerful. No one in the Lu family can compare to them. If they come for revenge, the Lu family will definitely be exterminated. Not only did you kill Sun Wuji, but you also killed Sun Wushuang. You're not afraid of the Sun family. If you want to die, our Sun family won't be happy. The old thing looked at Ling Xiao with a mocking expression. That's right. Whether our Lu family lives or dies has nothing to do with you. The second elder seemed to have become lively because of this old thing's support. He shouted at Ling Xiao, as if Ling Xiao had made a big mistake by saving the Lu family. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, You think too highly of yourself. I saved Lu Lian and Lu Cheng for the 10,000 ghost banner. I didn't plan to save you, nor did I plan to save your Lu family. But fortunately, I didn't plan to save you. Otherwise, if I saved you and was ridiculed for being a busybody, how much of a loss would I be? In the future, when the Lu family is in trouble, don't worry about them. Just watch the Lu family be humiliated to death. That's enough. These sarcastic words made many people of the Lu family lower their heads, because they felt ashamed. No matter what Ling Xiao's motive was, objectively speaking, he had helped the Lu family. He had stopped Sun Wushuang from killing indiscriminately and prevented others from humiliating them. Now that the second elder had spoken such words, it was truly chilling. You, don't pester us endlessly. How can it be the same this time? Your actions will only bring more trouble to our Lu family. The second elder stiffened his neck and said, So what? Are you qualified? Ling Xiao looked at the second elder in disdain and said, You really think you're something, huh? Lu. Are you an idiot? Ling Xiao looked at the second elder. He really couldn't understand how there could be such a stupid person in this world. Who do you think you are? Do you think the Lu family is important in my heart? If I want to save people, I only need to take Lu Lian and Lu Cheng. Do I need to explain anything to anyone? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. What's more, you're willing to be the Sun family's dog and think highly of the Sun family. I'm not afraid of the Sun family. Father, this kid is simply stubborn. You'd better make a decision early. The second elder couldn't win against Ling Xiao. This way, the Lu family can avoid the crisis of destruction. That's reasonable. The old man nodded and revealed a sinister smile. Old family head, don't you think this is a bit too much? I'm the family head of the Lu family. Now, you ruined the Lu family, and I revived the Lu family. Now you come out and pretend to be the boss? I don't accept this. I don't accept this. Lu Cheng wasn't the only one who didn't accept this. Many warriors of the Lu family also expressed their dissatisfaction. How could there be such a logic in this world? So what if you don't accept this? I'm stronger than all of you. I have the final say here. The old man looked coldly at Lu Cheng and said, You're the family head. If I say you are, then you are. If I say you're not, then you're not. Do you really think you're something? What's more, since you value the Lu family's current achievements so much, then all the more you should apologize, sacrificing you and your daughter in exchange for the revival of the Lu family. Isn't that great? Old man, you're really shameless. You want to take away the foundation that others worked hard to establish with just one sentence. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Even if I, Lu Cheng, am no match for you today, I won't let you get what you want. Although Lu Cheng was afraid of the old man, there was a limit to his patience. The old man's actions had clearly crossed the bottom line of what he could tolerate. This was unbearable. You're courting death. The old man suddenly raised his hand. On his pitch-black palm, there was a strange pattern. Then, a strange giant beast appeared behind him and pounced on Lu Cheng with the force of a whale. Lu Cheng hurriedly channeled his internal energy to resist in horror. However, the old man's attack was too straightforward. Moreover, this attack had clearly been prepared for a long time. His hasty response simply couldn't block it. What's more, he wasn't the old man's opponent to begin with. It's over, Lu Cheng thought mournfully. Bang! All of a sudden, a figure appeared in front of him and forcefully repelled the old man's terrifying palm strike. The one who made the move was naturally Ling Xiao. You want to kill him? I won't let you. He still hasn't given me the 10,000 ghost banner. Ling Xiao looked at the old man and said coldly, What's more, you actually want to kidnap me and bring me to the Sun family? Do you have that ability? Lu Cheng, didn't you want to kill the second elder? I'll give you a chance. I'll block this old man. Kill him in front of him. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Lu Cheng and said, All right. Lu Cheng knew that since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the old man, there was no possibility of a good ending today. He must kill the second elder and the third elder. After saying that, Lu Cheng suddenly rushed toward the second elder. His strength was originally stronger than the second elder. In the previous battle, he even injured the second elder. This time, it should be much easier to kill the other party than before. Lu Cheng, you're crazy. The old family head is here. You still dare to mess around? The second elder hurriedly retreated. Don't worry. If he dares to kill you, I'll kill his daughter, the old man said coldly. Lu Cheng hesitated for a moment and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just continued to hold Lu Lian in his arms with a cold expression. Lu Cheng gritted his teeth. Since he had chosen to believe in Ling Xiao, there was no need to hesitate now. Looking left and right, and hesitating would only make his situation even more awkward. Chapter 1707. Kill. Lu Cheng continued to charge forward. A green longsword appeared in his hand. It was filled with vitality. Father, he really wants to kill me. The second elder became anxious and started to make a big fuss. Third elder, why aren't you helping? The old man did not attack. Instead, he shouted at the third elder. The third elder nodded. He was on the old bastard's side, so he had to take action. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome if he didn't please both sides. However, just as he rose into the air, a strange cone pierced through his chest. Shadow cone. It was invisible. It was hard to see with the naked eye. As Ling Xiao's cultivation increased, the shadow cone's sneak attack became more effective. The third elder was as shameless as the second elder. It was not a pity that he died. Seeing the third elder killed, Lu Cheng's morale was boosted. His attacks became more rapid and fierce. The second elder was beaten until he could not fight back. His injuries were getting worse. How could the old man stay still when he saw his son being tortured? He roared and was about to save the second elder. However, a figure blocked his path. It was not Ling Xiao. It was Lu Lian. Lu Lian, I've already helped you release and transform the sealed energy in your body. Your cultivation has recovered to the 7th level of Yin-Yang realm, but it's not stable enough. This battle with the old man is a good opportunity to stabilize your cultivation. Don't worry, you're stronger than him. Ling Xiao did not plan to kill the old man himself because he was bored. Killing 7th level Yin-Yang realm martial artists would be a walk in the park for him. He was not interested in killing them at all. He would rather let Lu Lian fight by herself. Anyway, his Yin-Yang origin energy had circulated in Lu Lian's body and completely activated her Yin-Yang fish martial soul. The energy sealed by Lu Lian's goo worm was also released by him. However, the time was too short. Otherwise, Lu Lian could have recovered to the 10th level of Yin-Yang realm. Of course, Ling Xiao also benefited a lot from this. His Yin-Yang origin energy had been greatly enhanced by the Yin-Yang fish martial soul. His cultivation base that was originally at the late stage of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm actually rose to the peak of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm in an instant. Moreover, he was only a step away from breaking through. No wonder that Sun Wushuang fancied Lu Lian. Lu Lian's Yin-Yang fish martial spirit was indeed extremely beneficial to one's cultivation. It was simply too miraculous. Boom! A blazing flame appeared on his left hand. A ball of cold air appeared on his right hand. Lu Lian's body floated in midair, blocking the old man's path. She stared coldly at the old man before her. Since you are the old family head of the Lu family, I can give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you apologize to Brother Ling and my father right now, and swear that you will never interfere with the affairs of the Lu family from now on, I will let you go in your dreams. How could the old man be frightened by Lu Lian? The pitch-black beast behind him roared, and strange patterns appeared all over his body. After that, his hands trembled, and a pitch-black wind blasted towards Lu Lian. This guy is still quite strong. If Lu Lian can't continue to break through during the battle, she will definitely lose. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he looked at the two people in the sky. Even though the battle had yet to begin, he could already predict the outcome. Unless Lu Lian's cultivation base increased even more, she would definitely not be able to face this cunning and experienced opponent. Boom! In the sky, the two people's palms collided, and a violent force raged in the air. Lu Lian retreated more than 10 meters before she could stop. As for the old man, he only retreated 2 to 3 meters. Although your cultivation base has recovered to the same level as mine, your experience and combat skills are far from mine. I will tell you that cultivation base isn't the only thing that represents combat power in this world. After I take care of you, I will also kill the man you like and send him to the Sun family to atone for his sins." The old man laughed coldly, and he seemed very pleased with himself. "Don't worry about what he said. He's just trying to bewitch you." Ling Xiao reminded Lu Lian when he saw that she was a little shaken. Lu Lian was also a little dissatisfied with herself. In the past, she would not be shaken when facing the enemy's provocation or bewitchment. However, she did not know why this time, but just one sentence from the old man made her uneasy. The old man laughed coldly, and then the shadow of the beast behind him became more solid. The ferocious beast originally only had one head, but at this moment it suddenly condensed 5 heads. Each head let out an ear-piercing roar. "What kind of martial soul is that? Why is it so strange?" "That's the 9-headed demon bird, right? Rumor has it that the more heads this monster has, the more terrifying it is," someone in the crowd said. 9-headed demon bird, martial soul? Doesn't that mean that the Lu family's old master's attack this time is much stronger than before? That's right. Can Lu Lian handle it? The crowd looked at Lu Lian in surprise. They wanted to know how this delicate girl was going to fight the old man. "Do you think you're the only one who has a martial soul?" Lu Lian said indifferently. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge yin-yang fish appeared behind her. Flames and frost reflected on the yin-yang fish, and it looked extremely eye-catching. At this moment, Lu Lian's aura also became stronger. "That's the yin-yang fish martial soul? I didn't expect that in addition to increasing one's cultivation speed, its actual combat ability is also so strong." Seeing this martial soul, Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. The 5-demon bird had screamed and roared, releasing a terrifying black aura. A large number of strange inscriptions appeared in the air. Then, these inscriptions merged into the old man's palms. "Kill." The old man attacked Lu Lian again. This time, he clearly wanted to kill Lu Lian completely. Yin and Yang fusion, Lu family's spear technique. First move. Lu Lian shouted and raised her hand, and a long spear appeared in her hand. The long spear shook, and the Yin and Yang energies merged into the long spear, erupting with a shocking power. Then, she stabbed out, aiming at the old man's palm wind. Boom! The violent collision sounded again. This time, Lu Lian did not retreat. The black and white light released by the long spear was especially dazzling. Half of it was the flame sky. The other half was the frost sky. She was actually evenly matched with the old man. "Bitch, I didn't expect you to have some ability. However, you still have to die." He roared, but he didn't retreat. The 9-headed demonic bird on his back actually grew 2 more heads. The power of his palms suddenly increased. In that instant, Lu Lian's spear light was completely engulfed. Even the long spear was destroyed, as if it was a dried twig. "You don't have a chance." The old man smiled coldly. The 9-headed demon bird behind him changed again, and there were now 8 heads. With 7 heads, Lu Lian was already unable to withstand it. With 8 heads of the 9-headed demon bird, wouldn't Lu Lian die for sure? Chapter 17:08. A 9-headed demonic bird. With 8 heads. Lu Lian can't be saved now. It's not that she's weak, but the opponent is too strong. She really has no chance. The crowd sighed. Lu Lian was once a famous female genius in Sky Sea City. Her status was no lower than Sun Lingchan and Mu Wanshuang. However, she was going to die in such a cowardly manner. Do you regret it? If you really want to deal with me, you should wait until your cultivation has fully recovered. However, You won't have the chance today. I'll destroy your cultivation so that you'll never have the chance to kill me again." The old man revealed a ferocious expression. The 8 demonic bird heads behind him screeched in unison. The wind from his palm became even more ferocious and evil. "You're the one who should regret it." Lu Lian looked at the old man indifferently and said, "If you used all the power of the 9-headed demonic bird from the beginning, I might have died. However, you don't have the chance now." She looked at the old man with some sympathy. She never thought that she would have to kill the Lu clan leader with her own hands one day. However, she couldn't show any mercy now. If she didn't kill the old man, he would destroy her. The crowd was stunned when they heard that. What did she mean? Did Lu Lian have another trick up her sleeve? While they were puzzled, Lu Lian extended her right hand. Then, a spear formed by yin-yang energy appeared in her hand. It was a blazing spear. It was an ordinary frost spear. The energy of ice and fire flowed on the spear. The weapon was completely formed by true origin. It was even more powerful than the weapon that was destroyed earlier. The terrifying heat and the terrifying cold mixed together. The crowd was shocked and terrified. They all avoided the aura that attacked them. Otherwise, it would be extremely uncomfortable if the aura invaded their bodies. Her cultivation has increased again. Someone saw through the clues. Lu Lian's cultivation seemed to have recovered a little after the battle with the old man. Currently, she was at yin-yang realm level 8. Her cultivation was even higher than the old man's. "You're asking me if I regret it? However, you're the one who should regret it the most." Lu Lian calmly looked at the old clan leader of the Lu clan. She felt the burning pain on her face, and a deep hatred grew in her heart. The weak should be bullied. Only the strong could seek justice for themselves. Humph! So what if your cultivation has recovered to the 8th level of the yin-yang realm? Although the old man's face was solemn, he was obviously not afraid. The 9-headed demonic bird behind him let out an ear-piercing shriek. Then the 9-headed demonic bird's 9th head finally grew out. When the 9-headed devil bird grew 9 heads, the old man's aura also became stronger. Black smoke billowed from his body. The thick smoke had a pungent smell that filled the entire courtyard of the Lu clan. Any martial artist who breathed in this black smoke would feel a piercing pain in their throat, and their bodies would become weak. Those with weaker cultivations fainted on the spot, and even their inner strength seemed to be continuously sucked away. There were only a few people who were not affected by the black smoke. Lu Lian watched all of this with an indifferent expression. Although she sympathized with the cultivators who were fainted by the black smoke, she didn't dare to relax in the slightest when facing this old man. The elemental energy spear in his hand became more and more dazzling. Above the long spear, a strange yin-yang fish gradually formed. A terrifying fighting spirit burst out from her frail body. She was fearless. 9 demons hunt. The old man roared in a deep voice. Then he struck out with his palms, enveloping the terrifying 9-headed devil bird. Together with the black smoke that covered the sky, he charged towards Lu Lian. He wanted to kill Lu Lian on the spot. At this moment, he clearly had the intention to kill. Originally, he wanted to capture Lu Lian alive. However, after Lu Lian's cultivation recovered to the 8th level of the yin-yang realm, he was no longer confident that he could capture her alive. To be safe, he had to kill her. Lu Lian stared at the incoming opponent with a piercing sound. Then she stabbed out with the ice-fire spear in her hand. Amidst the roars of ice and fire, the spear collided with the 9-headed devil bird. Boom! Boom! Ice and fire continuously collided and entangled. Lu Lian's powerful fighting spirit made her look like a Valkyrie on the battlefield. She was extremely domineering. The nine-headed devil bird, martial soul, was pierced through by the spear. Then, the black smoke that covered the sky began to be burned by the flames. It was frozen by the frost. The power of the ice-fire spear reflected the old man's horrified expression. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Lu Lian has successfully used the old man to recover his cultivation and won the battle. It seems like she is the one who is favored by fate. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. Then blood splattered everywhere. Through the gradually dissipating black smoke, people saw the Lu family head's body fly out. His body was actually pierced with two eye-catching bloody holes. One was burning and raging. The other was freezing and eroding. Sigh. Seeing this, Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. After all, Lu Lian was not him. At the last moment, she was still compassionate and did not kill the old man. Instead, she used her spear to pierce the old man's meridians and cripple his cultivation. Lu Lian slowly descended and pointed her spear at the old man on the ground. Anger and coldness appeared on her face. Old family head, you committed a heinous crime against the family. My father let bygones be bygones and hid you away. He gave you the best cultivation conditions and allowed you to recover your cultivation. However, what did you do to my father? You actually wanted to kill him. You said that because you are strong, you can do whatever you want. Now that I have defeated you, you are nothing in front of me. Lu Lian looked coldly at the old man lying on the ground. Her voice was cold and emotionless. The crowd sighed. Hee, this old man is too shameless. Lu Cheng was so good to him. How could he be so ungrateful? I saw it long ago. He was so arrogant that he wanted to send Lu Cheng and Lu Lian to the Sun family to beg for forgiveness. In the end, he couldn't even defeat Lu Cheng's daughter. Not only is he shameless, but he is also useless. At the same time, the second elder, who was beaten to the brink of death by Lu Cheng, felt his heart fall to the bottom. The third elder was killed. The only person he could rely on, his father, was also killed. It was easy to imagine what would happen to him. He suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. It was all because of that person, that terrifying young man. Not only did he kill Sun Wuji, but he also allowed Lu Lian's cultivation to recover to a terrifying level. How could such a terrifying existence come from such a weak place like the Heavenly Dragon Continent? Moreover, this young man was only 17 years old. With such terrifying strength, wouldn't he have a higher aptitude than Sun Yuanji and Sun Little Magical Beast? If he was given a few more years, perhaps even Sun Yuanji and Sun Little Magical Beast would not be his opponent. Die! Lu Cheng cut off the second elder's head with his sword. Then he turned to look at Ling Xiao. He was also shocked. Ling Xiao's talent and aptitude were too terrifying. Perhaps even his daughter, whom he was proud of, could not compare to him. Chapter 17:09. Previously, Lu Cheng thought that Ling Xiao was not good enough for his daughter, and he did not want his daughter to be with Ling Xiao. But now, he suddenly realized that perhaps his daughter was not good enough for Ling Xiao. Fortunately, he had chosen to stand on Ling Xiao's side. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a terrible state. Lu Lian's heart was filled with gratitude and admiration for Ling Xiao. If it was not for Ling Xiao, she would have been brought to the Sun family by Sun Wushuang. Then she would be tortured and humiliated and finally die in anger. But now, not only did she survive, but her cultivation had also recovered to the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. If she was given a little more time, she believed that her cultivation would definitely recover to its peak. By then, the Lu family would not have to fear the Sun family. The old man lay on the ground and looked at Lu Lian miserably. His eyes kept darting around as if he was thinking of something bad. He really did not expect such an ending. He really did not expect that the brat called Ling Xiao not only had a terrifying cultivation, but he could also help Lu Lian recover her cultivation. Who was this guy? B***TCH. You're good. I've lost today. It's been decades, and I finally recovered my cultivation to this level, but you crippled it. Even if I'm alive now, it's meaningless. Just kill me. The old man sneered and looked at Lu Lian. He knew that Lu Lian would not kill him, because Lu Lian could not be so decisive. Old family head, it's already come to this. Why are you still so stubborn? I won't kill you, I'll only cripple you. In the future, the Lu family will treat you like an ancestor, but there's no hope for you to practice martial arts. Lu Lian shook her head. She really could not do it. After all, the old family head was her second grandfather, her father's second uncle. A cold smile appeared in the old man's eyes as he thought, "Do you think I can't cultivate just because you're watching over me?" As expected, you still don't understand the power of this old man's cultivation method. There will be a day when this old man will kill you and your father together. Lian, get him to remove the black smoke. Lu Cheng walked over and said. Lu Lian glanced at the old man and said, "Old master, do as I say. You can suffer less. Are you really not going to kill him? If I'm not wrong, he should be cultivating the 9 nether devil arts. This kind of cultivation technique is already very strong, and coupled with his 9-headed devil bird martial spirit, even if he doesn't cultivate, he can still steal cultivation from other martial warriors. Ling Xiao suddenly said indifferently, "If you keep him, your Lu family will be destroyed sooner or later." You, the old man, looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He did not understand how Ling Xiao knew such an unpopular martial art. "You don't have to stare at me with such big eyes. I just read a little more." Actually, the reason he knew this was purely because of the Yuan Venerate's reminder. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about the 9 nether devil art. Lian, kill him. In the end, Lu Cheng was experienced and knowledgeable. When he heard Ling Xiao's words, his back immediately broke out in cold sweat. Back then, he had been too benevolent to let this old man live. Of course, he had also thought of using this old man to do things for him. However, no matter what, he had treated this person well. In the end, he had actually raised a poisonous snake. He absolutely believed in Ling Xiao's words. This old man was really capable of doing such a despicable thing. She can't do it, so let me do it. However, I will kindly accept his 9 nether devil art and 9-headed devil bird martial spirit. Ling Xiao did not need the 9 nether devil art. His blood soul talisman could transform the enemy's cultivation into his own. The 9 nether devil art was prepared for Cold Plum. Cold Plum's cultivation method was very compatible with the 9 nether devil art. The 9-headed devil bird martial spirit could also be merged with the ghost spirit martial spirit to form a new 9-headed ghost bird martial spirit. Not only could it inherit the characteristics of the ghost spirit martial spirit, but it could also obtain the overbearing power of the 9-headed devil bird martial spirit. If Cold Plum obtained it, her cultivation would definitely improve even faster. Speaking of which, other than the Moon Maiden, Ling Xiao really loved Cold Plum the most. He was very clear that if the difference in cultivation was too great, Cold Plum would have to leave his side. This was not because of his will, but because of Cold Plum's personality. Cold Plum did not like to cause trouble for Ling Xiao and become a burden to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also liked Cold Plum to be by his side. Although this girl was ice cold and not as interesting as other women, she was more reassuring and reassuring. As he spoke, he slowly walked over. The eye of the immortal pot. Above his head, a gourd floated there and sucked the old man into it. Even the black smoke scattered throughout the Lu family's courtyard was sucked in. An unexpected gain. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. This time, he did not lose anything by helping. Lu Cheng, give me the 10,000 ghost banner. I'm leaving. After dealing with the matter here, Ling Xiao did not need to stay any longer. This time, he came out for the Tai Chi stone. In fact, he had already achieved his goal. However, what happened later disrupted his plan. But fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. That was enough. Please accept it, young hero Ling. Lu Cheng did not hesitate at all, and directly took out the 10,000 ghost banner from his storage ring. This 10,000 ghost banner was actually refined by the old man who had just died. It was a powerful weapon used together with the 9 nether demonic art and the 9-headed devil bird martial spirit. Lu Cheng did not have much use for it, so he did not feel bad giving it to Ling Xiao. Moreover, even if he felt bad, he still had to give it to him. If it were not for Ling Xiao today, he really could not imagine what the Lu family would be like. Not bad, you are a man of honor. Ling Xiao accepted the 10,000 ghost banner and praised Lu Cheng. He actually did not hate Lu Cheng because it was impossible to expect everyone in this world to be as pure and kind as Lu Lian. Ling Xiao himself was not that naive. Therefore, he did not expect others to be like that. In fact, even if it was that old man of the Lu family, if he did not try to deal with him, he would not have to kill him. Young hero Ling, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree? Lu Cheng suddenly said. Speak first. Ling Xiao would not agree to anything carelessly. I believe that young hero Ling can also see that my daughter Lu Lian is infatuated with you. Can you bring her along and let her stay by your side? Lu Cheng was a very realistic person. He saw Ling Xiao's terrifying talent, so he was prepared to take a gamble. Even if Lu Lian could not become Ling Xiao's wife, it was not bad to become friends. In the future, the Lu family would definitely benefit. What's more, this was not an unreasonable request. You can follow me, but I can tell you clearly here that I, Ling Xiao, only like one woman. Lu Lian can only be my friend if she follows me. She can never become my woman. You have to understand.